Cervo is one of the most desirable destinations in the world. A beautiful resort on the Costa Smeralda, the glittering coast of northern Sardinia. It's not hard to see why the venue continues to attract sailors every summer to compete on these beautiful blue waters. Holding pride of place in the harbour is the yacht club Costa Smeralda, the prestigious club established by the Aga Khan more than half a century ago. Everything you need to create the perfect regatta, it's right here, which is why the Sailing Champions League loves coming back year after year to Porto Cervo.
Welcome back to the Audi Sailing Champions League final. Today is the fourth day, the final day, and for the 27 teams out there, it's all about making the cut to the top four that will access to the final races. Today with me in the commentating booth will be Tommaso Chieffi. Thank you, Tommaso, for being here. And on my left, we have Oliver Schwal, the founder of the Sailing Champions League. Oliver, it's a tough game today. There's no room for error, not that there ever was. But today will be sad for some teams.
Yes, indeed. I mean, they are the top, I think, 10, 11 teams. They still have the chance to qualify for the top four, for the final four, which will be a very interesting game to watch. But some others, after 3 days of heavy wind, and it was all about boat handling and getting the boat under control, pretty tricky conditions, a lot of puffs getting in, a lot of shifts. But the top 10, they still can make it. Yeah, and that's an interesting part. And we are now have probably 3-4 more races to go for each club, so everything can happen today.
Yeah, like you said, yesterday it was all about boat handling, and we've seen some incredible revolution in the rankings, so some ups and downs. And what we thought it was going to be the leader because he was winning everything is now out of the top four, the Spanish I'm talking about.
Yes, I mean, they had I think 2 really bad races yesterday. I mean, it can happen so quickly. The races are so incredibly short, so it's like 12, 15 minutes maximum. So one mistake at the start or a penalty or the wrong side of the course, and then the game is over. You don't have the time to recover. And this happened yesterday, but this is why it makes it so interesting, because now we have 10 teams who finally can win the Champions League, which in usually ranking system in sailing is impossible.
So, like Oliver said, these top 10 teams will be able to make the cut, and what will happen today, the plan is that we're going to get some more flights in, and then around 2-ish p.m. I think we're going to go into the final series. So whoever wins 2 races of the top 4 boats gets the prize.
Exactly. The only point is that the leading boat, after we finish the flights, already got 1 win. So that means if he wins the first race, it's over, and then we have a winner of the Champions League. But it's very unlikely that it's going to happen, because all 3 other boats will trying everything to avoid exactly this. So everybody can win, but not him. And this makes it so interesting. This is why we are so close into match race. But you can't focus only on one boat, because there are 2 others, But this is the interesting part, and I'm really looking forward for the final. Last year, the Champions League in St. Moritz, it was so close. And it will be very exciting to watch. It will be around, I think, 3 o'clock. We will start the final, probably 2:30. I'm really looking forward for it.
We are very anxious to see it too. And I'm turning now to Tommaso, because he's got a very wide knowledge of this area. He's been sailing here for years and years. I mean, you're still very young, Tommaso, but you started sailing very young, let's say that. And Tommy, in October, the weather here can be very tricky, very unpredictable. We've seen the first 2 days, it was wild out there. It was like shifty, breezy, then less breezy. Yesterday, it was kind of a Sardinia day. What are we to expect today?
Well, I can tell you I'm coming from another championship has been like this all over Italy, because there's a lot of thunderstorm going by, and this is causing a lot of turbulence in the air. But, coming here this morning, I look at the weather, it seems typical westerly Sardinian weather. Double-checked on the chart, the weather chart, and it shows the same thing, probably 10, 12 knots in the morning. It probably decreased around 11 because of the sea breeze trying to develop, but then eventually it could enhance in the afternoon. It could be a windy final series. So we look forward to it. I think the race course here is fairly straightforward, kind of normal left-hand side pace. I've heard the Pevero Bay the other day was trickier, so I think here it will be more on doing the right things without doing mistakes, while probably racing in the Pavero Bay there is a bit of luck into it. So I think it will be it's going to be a perfect arena for the championship, for the grand finale.
It's funny you mentioned that it normally shifts a little bit on the left, because it's exactly what we've noticed yesterday with Audi during the live. And so if you were out there today, you would keep an eye on the left side of the course.
Yeah, I think like we said, because it's people tapering down to 4 in the final, it's going to be like a big match race of 4. And this makes, but it's not straightforward. It not necessarily who wins the left-hand side is going to win the race, because then it's a short course and the guy starting on the starboard side still got starboard tack advantage, and they can make a lot of harm to the guy pushing it for the very left-hand corner. So normally, now that the boat are becoming faster and the race course shorter, it's not necessarily that who wins the left is going to win the race. Sometimes you can pin them out to the ley line, and so I think it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I think we've got all the ingredients for a very exciting final day. And I mean, stick with us and we'll know in a few hours who the winner is. On the third day of the Audi Sailing Champions League final, the wind was much more stable than on the previous days, coming at 15 to 20 knots from the northwest. Lots of ups and downs on the leaderboard today, with Aeronautica Militare jumping on the top position.
Didn't expect what we did so far, because unfortunately this year we didn't have the chance to sail the Lega. Tomorrow will be a different day, because we had 3 days of strong wind, and tomorrow will be light winds. I will be ready for it.
For the teams, today's racing was all about boat handling and maneuvers, and getting one step closer to the cut for the final series among the top 4 clubs on Sunday.
We're disappointed. We're in 10th at the moment, and we should be doing a little bit better than that. It's our first time together as a team, and there's a few different styles on board, and we're just trying to come together as a group and just trying to work that out a bit better. This last couple of races have been good, but yeah, hopefully we can continue to improve and just sneak into the final somehow. We came to win.
Make sure you don't miss out on the final races and be live with us again tomorrow, when the title of the Sailing Champions League winner 2020 will be awarded. And here we are. Buongiorno from Porto Cervo. It's Rachele Vitello here with Tommaso Chieffi.
Hello,
Tommaso,
hello everyone.
buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
And we're in beautiful Costa Smeralda. You can see from the pictures, the weather is fantastic. It's a typical Sardinia day with a nice breeze, sun is shining, and the rocks of the island are always recognizable from all over the world, are different from any place in the world. You know this place very well, Tommaso. What can you tell us about it?
Well, it's relatively close to the shoreline. This is where we raced a zillion of races in the past. Is kind of, you have a geographical bend going towards Porto Cervo, so the left-hand side normally gets a bit more pressure, but most of it get a bit of a shift. But the race course here is accustomed to that. He knows that there is an advantage to the left, so they normally tend to favor a little bit the right-hand side of the starting line to make it more even. And like we said, short courses, so having the starboard tack advantage is.
So just to remind you how this game works, is 27 teams representing 27 yacht clubs from all over Europe. They are fighting over 18 flights to determine who the top 4 are to access to the final races this afternoon. 7 are the boats, so for each flight we're going to have 4 races. 7 teams are going to race against one another in each of these races, unless one race that will be with 6 boats, because we're 27 teams and not 28. which is already a great win if you think about the times we're in, Tommaso. Not many races this year, huh?
No, this is fairly an unusual scenario this year. We haven't done many races. Unfortunately, the COVID kept everybody at bay, and to be able to do races, even if in the end of the season, is very welcome. And I think the crew will be pleased to be able to go out on the water and sail.
Exactly. We've seen some very happy faces on in the docks, people sailing, which is quite unusual for the year. And we see that they're getting ready to start the race 2 of Flight 13. We're on board with the Royal Swedish Yacht Club. Bjorn Hansen is at the helm. Have you raced against him, Tommaso? Do you know him?
Bjorn Hansen used to be, or probably still is, a very good match racer. And I think he's very, very used to this small boats, tight racing type of format. Of course, he races one against the other, so it's a typical match race. This is a bit of a mix because it's a fleet race. He's still racing short courses, still racing, in tight racing, but he probably not his specialty, which is especially boat for boat.
So KSSS, the Royal Swedish Yacht Club, had an up and down scoreboard. Yesterday they finished last in the last race. Edda did not start, had an OCS, but also had a couple of, good shots, like a win, 3 second places. So, point-wise overall, 55, 30, it's very uphill for them. So we see 2 minutes at the start.
2 minutes at the start, so people are into the races now. That all the rule counts. Basically, it's like the preparatory flag and the port and starboard come into effect. Windward and leeward. So all the racing rule come into play. People are still watching for the condition. We can see from this crew, from I believe it's German crew.
Yes, it's Deutscher Touring Yacht Club.
Tactician looking around, calling for shift and puff. She's looking at the race course, trying to determine which side they have to prefer initially. And like we said about Bjorn Hansen, I think what we can see from the scoreboard, when he finished the race, he was very consistent. I think he will be a top team, somebody to watch for.
In this race particularly, we have to watch the NRW, so the Norddeutsche Regatta Verein from Hamburg. They're sitting at the moment in around the 6th spot. They are boat color 5. Boat color pink purple number 5. They're gonna have to do well because they're actually up there fighting to be in the top 4 that will access the final later on today. With them there is we said Bjorn Hansen. Bjorn Hansen is on the green boat. And then we have the other onboard camera is from Deutscher Touring Yacht Club. Today it's 2 Italians in the commentating booth, so it will be difficult to announce all these foreign names. But let's get into the start, Tommaso.
Yeah, it's 18 seconds, 15 seconds to the start. You can see it's fairly spread around the start line. Probably there is somebody which is playing the boat. The boat at the bottom of the screen was playing on having a pin start. They probably started a bit too early. They jumped the gun. They had to go back and follow the fleet. I would say fairly good start from the green boat, which has a bit of a jump. KSS, like we mentioned before, one of the people to watch for. And the other are playing the typical, say, match race, start on the weather end and use the starboard tack advantage to prevent the guy from the green, which is at the bottom of the screen, to be able to sail fast and eventually cross in front. It will be interesting to watch. Like we said this morning, races are only 12 minutes overall, which means basically your upwind leg is probably around 4 minutes, which means you can sail for a couple of minutes before you hit that ley line. Ley line is the left-hand corner where you basically have to tack to go to sail the shortest possible distance to the mark. And if you cannot make it by then to be able to squeeze and cross, you pretty much in the end of the guy which are controlling you. And we can see probably almost 2 minutes are gone. Green boat, they couldn't cross, they're taking sterns. probably fairly close to the port ley line, like we mentioned. Still, I think for the guy coming here on the left-hand side, they can take some good pressure, good shift. So I would bet that the guy on the left-hand side are probably doing good if it is the typical Porto Cervo condition.
So, like we said, that we've seen some left shift yesterday, which is quite typical. So many of the boats actually went on the left.
Yeah, boat number 5, I'd say at the moment is looking in good shape. Boat number 5 is the windward of everybody on the left-hand side. I would say they have a fairly strong lee bow on the boat just to leeward of them, which is boat number 7, I'd say. And green boat
in the
middle of the fleet is more of a mixed match with the rest of the fleet. Yeah.
Yes. So at the moment, looks like though the boats in the right, they're actually gaining a little of some meters, but that's maybe the tracking. You would feel more comfortable to be on the left.
I was looking at the aerial shot. The aerial shot was showing fairly good on the left, but you know, in sailing, nobody knows until the cross comes.
Yeah, that's right.
Because it only takes a few degrees of shift one way or another, and all of a sudden you can change the name of the game.
And like you were saying, now we're seeing some revolution there. So that's the mark up there. The boats are getting closer. Like you were saying, only at the cross you know for sure. And we're going to see some crosses here.
Yeah, we're going to see some crosses. We can see the boat on the
far left.
Yeah, BOH Yacht Club doing a lee bow on TWI. But at this moment it seems like NPB, the boat number 5, is crossing the whole fleet.
Yeah, boat number 5 is actually the Hamburg one, and it's the team that wants to do good because they need to step it up and make it the top 4.
You can tell they had an easy cross, so they could have stretched to the far right, but they want to keep controlling a left-hand corner, which gave them a bit of advantage. They're not far away from port ley line. I would say at this stage, NRB is in good shape, holding the lead nicely, and making sure the boat number 7 has to go through their dirt here.
Yeah, so now they're rounding the mark
with a comfortable lead. They made a bit of a job on boat number 7. They pushed them so they can have dirt here, and that way they extend it to a comfortable lead. You don't want to have your trailing boat right behind you, because then it can attack you on the downwind leg. So if you can make a bit of a damage towards the end of the beat, that is all very welcome for the leading boat, because then she has more control of the race.
Yeah, we've seen a few rolls from behind in the downwind yesterday. Just like you were saying, the boat behind controls. Also, if a shift comes, like if stronger breeze comes, it's the first to get it, and it can easily overtake. So we're seeing some boats are splitting, so they jibed early.
Yes.
And they're going to their left, which is the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, you can see the leading boat is pretty much following the track that she had in the previous beat, so basically playing the left-hand side of the course going downwind. It's like I said, there is a bit of a geographical shift. That is not cast in stone, though. I mean, sometime here in Porto Cervo, we've seen people. Bascotto was one of the first initiating that to jibe early, because often there is a bit more pressure right-hand side. So the shift is against you, but it could be pressure.
Okay.
And especially on those G70, which are semi-planing hull, sometimes if you get pressure, you can jump on a little bit on a step and eventually make good gains all of a sudden.
So we can see the wind today is not so strong, as strong as yesterday, because the setup on the boat is a bit different. So the jib is closed, it's rolled in, while yesterday with stronger breeze, they would unroll the jib. It gives more stability, I guess.
No, I think basically the softer the breeze, the more you sail that downwind or close to that downwind. So basically the jib will be affecting the chute, while in bigger breezes you sail on a hotter angle to put the boat on a step. Like I said, it's fairly new boat, light boat, so she can go on a plane, and basically you put the jib up like a staysail and put her at a tighter angle, and she can actually surf on waves or even go on a straight plane.
So
Today, the
Norddeutsche Regatta Verein is now at the gate. Would you go left or right?
I think
They're
he'll go.
definitely
I
going
think
left.
he'll go left because it's easier round for them. Is only coming from the direction they were coming is only 90-degree turn. Like to go to the other gate is probably 180-degree turn. Plus you cross all the shadow, all the other boat. Probably the guy. Number
that wasn't
seven.
good.
Number seven just had
drop
their
the
spinnaker,
in the
their
water.
gennaker in the water, and this is
You don't wanna
really
do
slow
it.
them down.
Yes.
And this is putting them in trouble because they will have all the boat going around the other gate. They
gosh,
will have
yes.
starboard tack advantage. So boat
But
number
they
7.
recovered quite fast. I thought it could have been worse.
Yeah, but it's gonna cost them. It's gonna cost them.
Yeah.
If the boat went on the right, the guy we see on the left of the screen, if they tack soon, they will have starboard tack advantage, and they can give them an hard time.
Yes, and I have to
and
say the boat from Munich that dropped the spinnaker in the water basically played a nice favor to Norddeutsche Regatta Verein because now they can extend their lead.
They're a long way in front now. They will not be threatened. They will not be threatened. Actually, boat number 7 even been passed by boat number 1, which is now tied to leeward and pinching them off. They will get slower and slower. I think they lost their second place, unfortunately, on that drop.
Yeah,
and
you never know. You never know.
But this is what happened in yacht racing. You know, it's tight racing. You do one mistake, like a spinnaker in the water, which slows you down only for a few seconds. All of a sudden, you go from second to being fourth, fifth, in the middle of the pack, fighting your way back.
This is how it is. We're seeing now Norddeutsche Regatta Verein coming from the left, and they're covering a little bit the Austrian team that is coming from the right, and they're actually from the tracking they're even now. So this is something you don't want to happen. When you're going far left and your opponent goes on the right, then at some point you want to close that gap.
Absolutely, they're playing nice and clean, but like you said, the guy which was leading the regatta went on the left, which is normally the way you go, and the guy on the right took a little bit of a shift on the right hand side, a bit of pressure, and now they are in control. You know, they had to lee bow, but it wasn't a very strong lee bow. So actually, boat number
5, the Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, is the one.
The boat number 5, which was leading,
Yeah.
is not leading anymore. I mean, they still have to fight with the boat number 6. Is that correct?
Yes, boat number 6. So the Austrian boat.
Yes, the Austrian boat. And this is Porto Cervo. You know, everybody says, it's a left-hand side course. And yes, but in the short term, the shift and the path are still a yacht race. And this is very good because at the end of the day, this is what we want to watch. We don't want to see easy races.
Exactly.
We want to see a bit of
Some
alternating,
fight.
a little overtaking, and this is exactly what the Austrian did. They did very good. They went around the gate, which everybody thought was not the right one, took a bit of a shift on the right, and they're now leading the race.
They might have seen something. And now we're going to see a cross. Actually not, because of course the Austrian...
The Austrian are controlling.
back.
The Austrian
Yes.
are controlling their right-hand side advantage, and they're doing a good job. You know, they're playing their odds of maintaining this lead, and of course now they're
But they must be in ley line now, so at some
they're
point
close.
we'll see them
They're close
tacking.
to ley line. They probably the number 6, number 5 didn't have an inside overlap.
Oh, no, they did
So
not.
they had to ease off and go behind their stern. They didn't have the rule to go inside and force number 6.
But we're seeing now what you said you didn't want to see before, because boat number 5, the Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, the purple, is actually very close to the violet one.
They're very
So-
close, so it's still a race. It's still a race going on. And we can see a big casino at the top map. A lot of boats coming all together. See the number 2 blocking the tack of number 3.
Yeah.
It's so exciting to watch these races. It's so good, you know.
It
Small
is.
boats,
Are
short
fun.
courses. It is fun.
This is what you want to
I mean,
see.
the advantage, you think you have an advantage, all of a sudden you can lose it in a turn of a dime.
And the fact that you actually have only 4 people on these boats. Normally you sail with 5 people on board, right, Tommaso?
I think it's very good, you know, it's a typical match race. You try to sail the boat understaffed
Yes.
so that everybody has to do a big chunk of boat handling. There is no one who can just look around at the race. So the helmsman is also a tactician and the main sheet trimmer, and then you have the guy sitting on the rail, which is also looking around, and is full on for the guy on the foredeck to actually, like we've seen before, hoist and douse the spinnaker without splashing in the water, which can cost you the race.
So we're back to the match race between the two first
Yeah,
boats.
5 and 6, I would say that 5 played it very conservatively. They tried to dig into leeward and they're basically blocking the jibe of number 6. So even though they're still behind, they're trying to control the game. They're basically preventing number 6 from jibing, and they have a very strong controlling position. So they will wait until they get to the lay line of the finish line, or eventually force them past the lay line. And once they force them past the lay line, they will have a better angle into the finish. So my money right now will be on the previous leader of the race, which was number 5. Here they go for the jibe, simultaneous jibe. Number 5 can, take the air.
Like you were
the
saying,
air from number
it's
6.
happening, what you were saying.
From number 6, and they're giving them turbulence. So even though number 6 was ahead, they couldn't inflate their kite as quick as the other did. Now number 6 has a chance, they can come into a laughing match and force them above the lay. It's still very close,
Very
It's not
Very
over
close.
yet. It's not over until it's over.
Yes.
Here
And what do
goes
you
number
think?
6 for the jibe. Number 5. I think number 5 just got it. Just nailed it, but not by much.
Wow, these
It was
matches are the ones you want to see.
Absolutely, so exciting.
Not even 1 meter.
It was a typical match race condition between two boats. The two leading guy had enough of a lead that they can match race each other. And now we're seeing the same thing happening between number 3 and number 2. Number 2 is in a controlling position, and number 3 is trying to squeeze in front. And it seems like
similar.
Yes.
But we have the grey boat coming in, the one that dropped the spinnaker. So
and they have inside on the finish
line.
line.
What are they doing? They probably got in 3rd.
Yeah. It was close. It was close with the boat on the left-hand side with the yellow boat. It was a 3-boat finish. I'd say the 2 boats at the extreme were closer to the line. The whatever you want to call it, green or yellow boat with the grey boat. I'll put my money probably on number 7, which was the second boat across the top mark.
It was the
one
grey
who dropped
boat,
one who dropped it. Yeah,
it was the grey boat. So they were actually able to recover.
To come back.
And
they only lost one place.
It's actually Bjorn Hansen. So they didn't do too well, the Royal Swedish Yacht Club. So it's probably not the best week for Bjorn Hansen. We know he has got greater potential.
Sometimes it is like that, Sometimes you enter a regatta and some things start going against you and you lose your confidence. All of a sudden you're not playing the game like and you play a different game because you start becoming conservative, you start having double guesses on your calls, and all of a sudden it all goes downhill.
Down the drain. And now it's time for the teams to get off the boat, get on the ribs, and do the exchange thing like we've said before. So, NRV winning this, it's going to go higher in the ranking. It's going to get closer to the cut.
Yeah, I think NRV did a very good race. They were leading. They were leading. They went the second bit the way you're supposed to do, and then the Austrian got a nice right-hand shift from the right. Well played to them, and they had control at the top mark, but then eventually they lost it. They lost it at the finish. I think it was typical match race between these two very strong teams I've seen out there, and I think they deserve to be first and second.
Absolutely. So, we've got to say that some teams that we're seeing racing here, we will not see them the whole day, because at some point it will just be a 4-boat races. But in the next race, we're going to have some boats to watch.
Yeah.
We're going to have the Kreuzlingen Yacht Club from Switzerland. They're currently sitting in the second position, and we're gonna have the Oberhofen, another Swiss team, who's actually in third place. So before we get into the pre-starting countdown, we're gonna go for an interview. We spoke to Kreuzlingen, the skipper of Kreuzlingen Yacht Club, this morning to see how he's dealing with being on top there. On the final day of the Sailing Champions League final, there are some teams like Kreuzlingen who have already done one race of the 12th flight. And even though you have more points in your scoreboard compared to the other ones, you are in third spot. So it's a fantastic position to be in.
Yeah, well, I think so. Nevertheless, it gets very tight. It's still very tight, and we scored a first in the flight 12, which is good. First is always good, and from that point of view, we're pretty optimistic to have another 2 or 3 good races today, and we try our best.
So you're now basically sitting here watching your competitor, the 2 boats ahead of you, see what they do on the water. They're actually racing in this very moment.
Yes, of course, we will follow the races, but I think the key is to stay focused on ourselves. It doesn't help to count and to calculate. And we watch the races on the tracker, but we don't count the points actually.
So today's goal is all about making the top 4, but if you are the leader of the qualifying series, then you have an advantage. Do you plan on achieving that, or you're just happy to make the cut?
Well, first of all, of course, it's the cut we're looking for, but we always try our best, and if it ends up being first after the qualifying series, that's a great advantage. But actually, the cut is what we're looking for.
So we see that in Kreuzlingen they're very focused, very calm. We appreciate that, and I hope you had a great day on the water.
Yes, we had fantastic conditions the last 3 days. The wind was perfect, especially yesterday. We had a good day, and it looks like today there will be another fantastic day at Costa Smeralda, and that's why we are here for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We spoke yesterday about the advantage of being in the top places there, but it's also a big responsibility, right, Tommaso? And sometimes it plays a tricky game in your mind.
Yeah, but this is exactly what Tom Rugge was saying in the interview you conducted this morning. He was saying, we're not looking at the scoreboard. We're looking at the virtual spectator to see who's winning, but we're not making calculation yet. I think that's exactly the approach you have to, the mental approach you have to have. Try to sail always your base and without doing too many calculations, without trying to cover. I mean, there will be time to cover when you get towards the end of this series or eventually in the grand finale. But right now you have to sail at your best because like Tom Rugge said, racing is very tight and you cannot afford to lose ground.
Just 1 second, Tommy. This is the Commodore of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, Mr. Michael Ilberg, following the races from the water.
Which was your commentator yesterday, I understand?
It was my co-commentator like you are now. And he's also an expert sailor, not as expert as you, Tommy, but still.
Michael, we raced against each other many years on he had this boat called Pinta. He started with the 1 ton in the old days, and he was still sailing recently on TP52s, and I understand he's now gone to small boats, J70.
Yeah. He started J70 just before the lockdown.
He's back to the basic again.
Yeah. So just for the people who are watching to know, so the Kreuzlingen Yacht Club will be on boat blue. So we have to watch it. And then we're going to have the Oberhofen, which is the other boat to watch, on the pink boat. But we're going to have a good match today, this race, because we're going to also have the Russian team, who is also in a very good position overall, in the yellow boat. Same as for the Royal Danish Yacht Club, who are not far from those top 4 team in the purple boat, and the French one, who are also there. So it's going to be this race is going to be very important for the provisional overall ranking. So the French are on the grey boat. So this is the Oberhofen. We see that they're doing what they should be doing at this time of the race. So they're looking around because the race doesn't actually start, Tommaso, when the clock goes to 0.
No, you go on the boat, and basically you're racing by the time in which you are onto the boat. So you want maybe to sail a bit, see what the condition look like, make some adjustment to your trimming, and then you have a good look around for seeing where is the most pressure, where do you think is the shift, if there is any clouds around the race course, which will probably shift the wind one way or another. 3 minutes going on now. This is the warning signal, 3 minutes. Basically, you're not racing until your prep, which is 2 minutes. So the rule doesn't come into effect until you're in your preparatory signal. But like we said, you're basically racing pretty much all day long. Because you keep on watching what the opposition is doing, you keep on watching what the conditions are like. As soon as you jump into the boat, you make sure that all the lines are clear, all the shackles are tight, all the knots are well knotted, and everything has to be checked, double checked, triple checked. And then you're straight into racing, and over there the stamina takes over because you're not thinking about anything. It's just, it's just your second nature which comes into play, and you're doing everything by instinct more than thinking.
And this is the committee boat of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda with Edoardo Recchi, Fabrizio Pierina. They're all doing their job on board, and the 2 minutes flag came up.
Yeah.
And now we are racing.
Now we're racing. Basically, from 2 minutes is your preparatory signal. All the rule of sailing come into play. So port and starboard and windward leeward, they all come into play.
And you can't cross the starting line at this point.
Well, you could, but then you have to go back.
So not a good idea. And do you see anything different from the previous race, Tommaso, weather-wise?
No, I think the condition is pretty much westerly breeze all day. We're fairly close to the beginning of the Maddalena Strait, so there is a bit of funneling from the Bische Strait, which sometimes causes that stinks of pressure, which becoming stronger on the right hand side, but normally you have a bit of a left hand shift on the left hand side. So like I said, because it's a very short racing, not necessarily is a one-way track. You still have to take advantage of the starboard tack advantage or potential path, which sometimes come on very short courses from the right hand side. This is why
we're approaching the last 30 seconds of the pre-start. The onboards show some hecticism on board. This is what happens in the pre-start. It's the most exciting time of the race. They all want to start on the committee side.
Yeah, this is interesting because, like you said, everybody has a very tight race on this one. Is somebody will get crashed, and people tend to play the safe side, which is normally starboard side. Okay. And so everybody packed up on starboard side, even knowing that the left could pay. Everybody wants to play typical match race, which is start as far to the right of your opposition and try to block them from crossing.
The yellow boat was the most courageous, the bravest one, and went on the left nonetheless. So the yellow is
the Russian crew.
Yes.
The Russian crew. The Russian have been sailing a lot here in this area recently because they come here with the TPs, they come here with the J70, they come here with the Melges.
So
they know the area well, and it was fairly. Everybody's playing very conservative on this race. Like you said, playing the starboard side means everybody's playing very conservative.
The one going far right is the Kreuzling Yacht Club, the Swiss, who is sitting in the second overall. What is this? We have a name in Italian for this move when you go different from anybody else.
Well, I think, he lost the start. He was starting too high in the box. He basically got blocked out. He couldn't have as good a start as everybody else. So he was second row. And basically he has to try something to make something happen. And
So
of
that,
course,
but you don't have any other possibility.
exactly, he was second row. So yes, he has to go right and play with a bit of leverage, because he doesn't use the leverage. He's not going to make the disadvantage at the start, which was more than a length. So you need quite a consistent shift to make it work. So far,
But the Russian are crossing the whole fleet. They're
the
quite
Russian are
confident.
crossing the whole fleet. They said, it's still standard Porto Cervo. I mean, there is some power in the left, and of course you have to weigh that advantage with the fact that you will be coming on port at the top mark, and being a short course, you don't take enough leverage to be able to cross. But if you can stick a very good lee bow, you're probably pretty strong. I think so far I'll put my money on the Russian crew, because they play the left-hand side. We'll have to see number 7, but I think number 7 was a bit far behind.
What color was it? Oh, the gray.
The gray. Number 7 was a bit.
Who's staying on the far left at the moment?
He was a bit back. So what he did, he's trying to use some leverage the other way to make it work, to be able eventually to cross or stick a very strong lee bow.
Yeah, now the green boat, so the Uberlingen yacht club is from Germany. It's coming from the right and crossed behind the purple boat, which is the Swedish.
Yeah, the Russian
But
boat,
the Russian boat, solidly in advantage.
the Russian boat, which are leading the race. Basically, what they did, they took the first shift to the left to cross, and now they're playing conservative. Now they're playing starboard tack advantage. So they know they have enough of a lead that they can control the race. What they will do, they will eventually go almost to the ley line, or what we call a shy ley line. And once they go on a shy ley line, basically,
What is a shy ley line?
a shy ley line means a ley line in which you come in on a very tight angle,
Okay.
or you're pointing just below the mark. So if the guy are coming on port and they're strong, at this stage they have to determine whether they tack to leeward or lee bow and
Okay.
potentially not make the mark, or go behind.
It's all about protecting your position.
Basically, it's like when you're on
This
a
is what
Formula
what's
in
happening
a
now.
Formula One car, and you got somebody pushing you from behind, and you go on the inside of the bend, and you're protecting your lead. So basically,
here's
very well played by the Russian. I think
Yeah.
they took the first shift, and from then on played starboard tack advantage
They
to
played
make
it by
sure
the
they
book, I think. This was
playing
the
very
perfect
much
race.
by the book. This is very typical match race. You take the first shift, make it work for you, and from then
Go
on
ahead
you control
and
the
then
race.
control the race.
Very
and,
well
leave
said.
the others to fight in the back.
And
There is
and
quite a fight at the back.
the farther you go back in the fleet, the more of a shit fight we call it is. It is because all of a sudden you have a lot of traffic, you have a lot of situation, dirty air, lots of waves. So yes, you can make the race now on the guy around you, but probably the leader will extend because he has clean air.
It's
and
what
he
we
can-
say when we say the reach gets richer.
Exactly, he will play his own game. But we've seen in the previous race, the guy which was leading by a big margin eventually had to fight to win that race. So never say
And
it's
with
over
short
until
race-
here he goes for
Yeah.
a broach. Let's see. That was
a slight broach.
yeah. That's the Russian crew leading the race who almost lost it. They jibed a little too tight. To get good acceleration out of the jibe, they jibe a bit on a tight angle, and they lost the rudder momentarily.
Yes, in short races like this, Tommaso, I think one mistake, like dropping the spinnaker on the water, in the water, like it happened in the previous race, it will cost you positions.
It is a lot of boat handling, short courses, small boats. It's a lot of boat handling. It's
Wind shift.
The,
I mean,
the
Tommaso,
more the
why
more
do
the
you
more
even
you
sail?
can the more you can execute the thing like your second nature, the least you have to think about how to sail the boat and then look around, the best you're gonna be. And this is why normally the top team come out on top, because they're more used to this type of racing. They're more used to feel the pressure and still stay calm and controlled and play all the right moves without doing mistakes.
And look how many things you've got to do in the downwind legs.
No,
Yes.
absolutely. Very, very short-handed, you know.
Yeah.
Very short-handed, so everybody has a role.
And
Even
here's
the
the
helmsman. The
jibe.
helmsman has to jibe the main, trim the main, steer the boat around the mark, and
when you get to the
that's
gate,
a fairly ballsy call from the Russian, because they had a strong lead. So, like I said, they're controlling the race. You know, they go for starboard tack advantage. They know there is something in the left, but even so, they're willing to spend some of their lead to present themselves on starboard tack and control. Even with the
side.
small margin, they want to make sure that they never lose that margin. And it was a more difficult maneuver to go around the left-hand gate, because that involved dropping the spinnaker, jibing around the mark. So it's a 180 turn, a U-turn, what we call a U-turn. Like coming into this right-hand mark, looking downwind, you only have to do 90-degree turn. But they're willing to give some of the advantage to make sure they have starboard tack advantage.
coming in starboard tack.
And of course, you have to see what the shift was. We don't see the shift from here. It's possible
We
that
don't see the shift, but I can see that the wind is not so strong. It's actually maybe dropping a little bit.
it can be, you know, it's the time of the day, 11:45, where the sea breeze here can be south easterly, which is basically
So fighting
opposite.
with the Mistral.
Exactly. And so as soon as the land heats up around 11, 12 o'clock, you have a little drop in the breeze get a little unsettled. But then eventually, if the Mistral can prevail, and I think today will prevail, it gets actually enhanced by the sea breeze. So yes, it is the time of the day in which it can be a little
We are getting closer to
lighter
the
and flukier.
cross.
Yeah, nice. Still a very nice
very
lead.
nice lead.
Still a very nice lead.
And they're covering and they are attacking.
They're
to get away
covering,
from
they're
third pair.
covering, and they're pushing them to the left-hand corner, where they know they have no way of passing them. You know.
Yeah.
This is typical textbook racing.
race. Yeah.
They had the lead. They used the lead to their advantage.
It's actually old school America's Cup, the one you did with Oracle Racing down in Auckland.
Auckland was a difficult place too, because he had the left bias like this race course. Very often when we sail under the lee of Rangitoto, it was that the first beat, sometime you started tight to leeward, giving away your starboard tack advantage to be able to get the shift, squeeze underneath, and then cross.
Well, normally you never want to give away your starboard
You
tack.
normally don't do that in a match race. You try to start to the right of your opposition and push them till it's over, you know, and never give up.
How does that translate into, fleet racing, even small fleet racing like this one?
Fleet racing, I think, is you play the shift more. It's less of a match race. Because you know there is other boats on the race course, so
you can't control just one.
Exactly. So you kind of you're still using the shift, you're still using the advantage side, you're still using the pressure. So it's pretty much all the same rule, except that there's a bit more of an open field.
Of course. And we're seeing the Russian rounding the third mark.
Very nice lead.
And
very nice lead. Very easy lead. They will not be threatened.
Lead.
They will not be threatened. I think even the second has got very nice position. They're also very safe in second place. I think possibly a race for third and fourth. Third, fourth, fifth. They're all very close. So there is a possibility that becomes a bit more of a race. But first and second, I think, are gone for good.
And every point matter, so they're all gonna fight for the third, fourth. I mean,
absolutely. I mean, you have to fight for every point, because you never know. In the end, it could be the decisive point. So often you end up the races with the ties, and
there is no discard here as well.
And the tie get broken in favor of the guy who's got more first, more second, more third. So it all counts, you know.
Yes. So you have to do the best you can, and I noticed that it was really when you are leading and when you don't have any boat pushing from behind, that your maneuver gets easier on board.
Well, of course, you don't have pressure, you know. It's the only thing you have to care about is your boat. Try to sail the boat as fast as you can, like it was a practice day. While if you have somebody that you have to fight for, you keep changing.
Breathing on your neck.
Well, also you keep changing course to prevent the other guy from passing you. The crew doesn't know what the helmsman is thinking. Even if he's a good communicator, sometimes he can change his mind in a split second, and the crew will have to adjust to that. And this
The
is
crew normally doesn't like those impulsive
no, but
decisions.
this is where, like we mentioned before, being together and having good boat handling and being well
and hours
trained.
on the water.
That where it really counts.
So I think the Russian have just done the last jibe of the race.
They've done. You know, they jibed early so that they got the shift right, but.
And they're going to go straight to the finish line,
probably,
right? Tommaso?
Probably, yes. I don't know. Probably one more jibe. Yeah, we can see one more
yes.
jibe.
One last jibe, yes.
They're playing the center of the course, making sure that there is no big split between them and the opposition, and make sure that they don't take a flyer, you know?
Yeah, so that's the marks of the gate, so they will be very close to the finish line. They're already celebrating because there is no doubt who's the first one in this race.
It was first and second were already aside.
Very well played by the Russian. Very happy for them. They're going to go up in the leaderboard and get even closer to that four.
Who was number 4? Number 4 at the good race.
What color? That's the green. So the green is the Segel Motor Club Uberlingen, and they need that because they are in third. They have to fight to still be in the top 4 boat for the final.
Probably like we mentioned before, 10-11 boats still has a chance this morning, and probably, you know, somebody will get stronger and stronger as the day progresses, and somebody will get weaker.
This is how it is. So in third position, the Royal Danish Yacht Club, and then we have Kreuzlinger that started well on the right, but then somehow got lost in the way. The French are fifth. Then I lost sixth, but I can say it, and it's Oberhofen, which is at the moment out of the top 4, even though they were.
There is a protest here.
Somebody's protesting.
Yeah, there is a protest.
So
probably asking for a redress because you cannot protest anymore. Probably a redress after the race.
It's Oberlingen who is Oberhofen who is redressing. They must not be happy about repair. Sorry. So probably they had a damage on the boat. Not probably. For sure they had a damage on the
boat. They have to signal.
Yes, because now the rigging reefs is coming by. They're going to jump on board and fix the boat for the next race. Yes. So we are now. We're gonna have some delay here probably to the next race. We're still on flight 13. We are going to be racing the third race of flight 13. What time is it? It's about noon. So I think we're going to finish flight 13 and then probably try to get in flight 14. But it's most important to have even races before all the teams.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's an even score.
Okay, so while we wait for the boat to be fixed and for race 3 of flight 13 to be going on, Tommaso, we're going to go and talk to the club manager of YCCS, Jan Pachner. We met him this morning. The Audi Sailing Champions League final is probably, unfortunately for you guys, one of the first event of the season here. The Yacht Club Costa Smeralda normally hosts so many international events, but this year was kind of a, crazy year for everybody. So you must be happy to have 27 teams here.
We're super happy. Finally, we get the dust of our stuff. And as you say, unfortunately, it's late in the season to really start the regatta season. But for us, the Sailing Champions League, since the beginning, I think this is now the 6th year. We were supporting this event. We think it's an important international platform. Grassroots sailing. we can use our fleet of 8 J70s, and so I think the waters are perfect, the conditions were perfect. I think it's a great event.
Yeah, the event has always come here since the beginning for one event at least per year. And I mean, it fits perfectly with YCCS because it's got that club spirit, it's got the competition on the water. I mean, not many clubs are like the YCCS with great racing spirit. It's not just a club to hang out.
No, it's true. But I think as a club, you need everything. You need the agonistics, you need the maxis, the super yachts that luckily we can have here with our waters. And you need this type of events as well. That's really sailing for me. I like the sort of the small boat competition where you can feel the spray in the face. And I think the spirit of the guys here is perfect. That's what the club needs as well. And we also, I think another important message was yesterday the conference that we did for the sustainability. It's a brief message, but I think it's important, and we're talking to the right community.
Yeah, because one of the sponsors is One Ocean Foundation, which is like a piece of the YCCS, basically. It was born by the YCCS.
Yeah, when we had our 50th anniversary, we celebrate the 50th anniversary, we thought we had to do something that lasts and that gives it give it a meaning. And so we concentrated on marine sustainability, and as a consequence we launched a foundation, One Ocean Foundation. And we like to do our little part to get the message across and to try to create more sustainability culture. And I think there's nothing more natural than for sailors that love the sea to really become testimonies and of that message on. It's one of the urgencies of our times, unfortunately. So I think there's a lot to be done. There's a lot out there. Luckily, also. You can see it in the media now, so the attention is on. It's now just to do something quick because there's not much time left.
Yes, and with 27 teams here representing 13 nations, the message will be spread even more around the world. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you.
So that was Jan Packner, club manager of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda for quite a few years now. Great Austrian guy that fit perfectly in the Italian spirit, very passionate about sailing. He was the right hand of the previous Commodore Riccardo Bonadeo, and now probably also they speak the same language. He will do the same with the new Commodore Michael Ilbrook, that, like you said, he was with me yesterday in the commentating booth. So Yacht Club Costa Smeralda is a very, very competitive club. They have always been up there with Azzurra from 1983 in the America's Cup, first Italian challenge, and then well, they had Azzurra in the T52. Sad news that the program got cancelled. I mean, it's one of the best yacht. We can easily say, without making anybody angry, that it's one of the best yacht clubs in Italy.
Well, also because they have such a beautiful scenery. I mean, you cannot match the beauty and the wind and the spectacular of the coastline of this Sardinian coast, right near the archipelago of La Maddalena. Is just something stunning, and they have a physical advantage, which which is given by the beauty of the nature, by the quality of the wind, by the regularity of the wind. Sometimes they have even too much wind that they have to waste some of it, because when it blows Mistral, they cannot use all of it because it's too strong. But yes, there is a big quality. There is a big history. Like you said, they started a long time ago challenging for the America's Cup, and since then the Yacht Club has been up and running. And now, having as a Commodore Michael Ilbrook, which has been a sailor and still is a sailor for many, many years, adds up to the sporting side of the Yacht Club, because so often the Yacht Club becomes places where people meet, not necessarily for sports. So having a sailor at the head of the Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, I think, is a very strong sign that they want to continue with this tradition.
Thanks to the drone, yes, thanks to the drone, we're seeing what we're talking about. So the beauty of the place. So this natural gulf is actually where we are staying now. It's the that one is Yacht Club Costa Smeralda with the marina. On the right-hand side of the screen, on the left-hand side of the screen, sorry, it's Porto Cervo downtown. This is the beautiful entry, the gap, with, we've already said, Eduardo Recchi's house. Everybody's envy that house right there on the top of he's basically the guardian of the bay, basically.
It is a natural fjord. It could easily be in Norwegia or somewhere else, you know.
Yeah, it is a fjord because it goes right deep into the bay. And like you were saying before, and we are 4 minutes to the start, so we'll go to the race course soon. You were mentioning the Bisce, so there are some islands north of where they're racing here, which are Caprera, La Maddalena, and a few smaller ones. And they are right at the exit of Le Bocche di Bonifacio, which is a strait between Corsica, Corse, and Sardinia. And that somehow affects the wind in the area.
It does. You have natural mark, like all the island of the archipelagos get used as a natural mark during the offshore races that we run so often over here. And Strait of Bonifacio is the windiest place in the Mediterranean, probably, just because when you get Mistral in the Gulf de Lion, it tends to funnel between Corsica and Sardinia. It gets very strong, at times too strong, so that they have to cancel races.
Yeah, that happened quite often. Hopefully, it shouldn't happen today. It's actually 5 minutes to the start, Tommy. So why don't we speak with the skipper of the Italian boat, which is Aeronautica Militare. We spoke to him this morning. They're the current leader of the provisional overall, and they're gonna race the fourth race, the next race of Flight 13. So let's see, Nicola, what he has to say. Okay, yesterday you started the day in second position, second or third position, and with some brilliant races yesterday with the strong breeze, you actually made it up to the top today. How do you approach? I mean, sometimes being the leader on the last day is not as easy. It gives you some pressure.
Of course, this is the point today. Of course, you don't have to think too much about results and the leading board, but we are a group of friends, and we always have fun sailing. So that's what we are going to think today, and at the end we will see.
So take it easy, one race at a time, just like you did yesterday. You like it strong breeze like yesterday? It's going to be a little bit on the lighter side today.
Yeah, it might be a different day today because probably lighter wind, but we are from Italy and we usually have a light wind, so it's okay for us. I think today the most important thing will be our mind and our thinking on the water.
So yesterday with the strong wind, both handling and maneuvering, that was the key. You did it amazingly, right?
Yeah, that's right. And we also had a very good speed. So, and today will be different. Probably all teams will be very close, speaking about speed. So, will be a different day, and but we are ready to manage.
Thank you, Nicola. Have a good day. It makes me laugh when Italian people say we are good in light wind. They often call us bavettari, which is an Italian term for that.
Yeah, on the other end, you know, this guy race internationally, so they have to be prepared for any type of condition. They normally sail abroad more often than they do at their own hometown, and so I would be surprised if they were not good in big breeze as well.
Breeze. So it's 1 minute 45 to the start. You were telling me during the interviews that last year you were actually racing in the Sailing Champions League against Aeronautica Militare, so you know the skipper.
Yeah, unfortunately it was in Sistiana, so it was super light. This is how we probably did so well, because we were the least trained of the crew, but we ended up tied with the Aeronautica Militare in first place. I mean, they were winning because they beat the Scontro Diretto, the race against us.
Direct match, yeah.
race against us, and but I know they're very good, very talented. Not only very talented, well trained also. I mean, they got all their assets ready to do well.
And
1
this
minute.
is 1 minute flag
Final
up.
minute.
Maybe, but I'm just guessing, Tommy. The wind is a bit stronger.
It could be, like I said, 11:30. She's probably where he kind of make his mind, and then if
The wind makes his mind.
Yeah,
You
if
talk
the-
like he's a
if-
person.
and when the Mistral makes his mind, he decided to stay. Then he start getting stronger. He probably gets stronger until 3 o'clock anyway, because
30 seconds to go, Tommy.
he get enhanced by the sea breeze. Get enhanced by the sea breeze on top of it.
So the Aeronautica Militare boat is the gray one. So we have to watch them. And then we also
They are
have...
well inside the box, so I think they will have a good start because they have no threat from the other guy. The only two guys which were long way up in the box, but they all made the start. So I would say it's an even start for
and
everybody.
they
Probably the yellow boat
started. What
jumped.
happened to the yellow boat?
Yellow and green probably jumped the start. Yeah, they
So
did
they were
jump the
OCS.
start. They were OCS, so they have to return.
Yeah, they were too early on the line.
Also another
So-
boat at the top of the screen is also
It's coming
OCS.
back, so they
Yeah.
were not sure probably because they don't call the names. So
They don't call the names.
The-
but
the
the
X-flag,
flag
yeah.
stays up until everybody has
As-
crossed the line
exactly.
correctly.
and
So
it went down now. So
Yeah. So in case of doubt, you have to come
yeah.
back.
So the yellow boat that had to go back in, which is now going on the right, that's the unpronounceable Wassersport Verein Emmelingen, and they are fighting for the top 4.
Yeah.
So
I would
they're
say,
gonna
I would
give
say
it their
that
best.
the Italian boat, which is the number 7, the grey boat, Aeronautica Militare, is doing very well right now. Full in control of boat number 2. They didn't jump the start, so their start was regular, and they can sail towards the favored left-hand side of the course. We can see boat number 2 here trying to squeeze
The
them
red
out
one,
by
yeah.
sailing slightly higher and slower, but they don't have enough of a lead forward to make that work. So I think the boat number 7 will be able to control
The gray.
the rate that up until the lay line and be in the lead.
We see in this race the blue boat, which is Kalev Yacht Club. It's the only Estonian boat.
Okay.
And they have 2 girls, young girls. They were
Okay.
born in 2001. This is the onboard of the blue boat from Estonia. So they are the lightest, not just the youngest, but the lightest crew of the fleet.
Yeah.
So yesterday with strong breeze, they suffered. So we're happy to see them in 3rd place here,
Yes.
doing well, because today is probably their day to do well. I'm not sure it will help them recover from the bottom where they are.
Well, at least it's good for the morale.
Exactly.
It's good for the
It's
morale.
always good for your
your
morale,
spirit.
for the spirit. Exactly.
Because the Aeronautica Militare, like I said, was controlling the pink boat all the way to the lay line. They're now fairly tight to lure them. Pretty sure they will lead this race, which is good for them because they will maintain their lead in the overall classment.
Yeah, because Tommy, we have to say that even if you, the lead is very little by the tracking, is like 3 meters, like
Yeah.
we're seeing. But if you are in that position,
You're
your strength is a
controlling.
lot bigger
You're-
than 3
yeah,
meters.
You're controlling the race pretty much. When you tack and get into starboard, the guy has to decide whether to tack to leeward of you and potentially not make the mark because they will make a perfect lay line or eventually a little shy lay line. And so I think the only option for the pink boat will be to take
The
the
red,
stern.
huh? Be careful.
Yeah.
You're
It's
talking
not
about the
pink.
red.
Okay,
Red.
it's red. I'm a bit daltonic apparently.
No, it depends on the light.
Yeah, a
And the
bit
light out
daltonic.
there today is amazing. What a perfect day to be sailing. You're coming from Scarlino where you had the Swan Regatta, and it's been a terrible week weather-wise, right?
No,
All
it's
over
been
the Mediterranean.
we had a lot of turbulence. Like I said, the breeze was strong. We had very strong breeze in
Like
the
we've
first
seen
day,
here.
but it was very turbulent. So it was a major shift.
Stormy.
Major shift, and I'm talking like this because we didn't do well, so I have to complain.
It's always like that.
I bet some of the guys really like the condition.
The one who won.
Exactly.
So we are at the mark. When you arrive there calmly without nobody pushing from behind, you normally take a good rounding. And this is what happened for the Italian team. Even though the Verein Ziegler House, both the red boat, is not far behind.
No, they're not far behind. It's still a race. It's still a race. You know, the wind is not super strong, like you mentioned before. It was getting stronger. Now, looking at the boat from the aerial view, it doesn't seem like there is a lot of pressure. I mean, there is decent pressure, but not super strong. So anything can happen, you know. You take the opposite gate, you take a bit of a shift on the race course, and you're back into the race, basically.
Yes. So the Verein Ziegler House is actually the boat, the team from Berlin.
Okay.
Yes, and they have long tradition. The eldest yacht club in Germany is actually the one from Hamburg, but the second one is the one from Berlin on a big lake in close to Berlin. So the Germans are actually big lake sailors.
Yes. Yes, it's a bit like the guy from north of Italy who all sail on Garda Lake or the
Como.
Como or Maggiore.
Yep.
And you know, we I had
On
my boat I have some of the sailors which are from the lakes, and I was talking to them the other day. I said, you know, for example, in autumn, in the lakes you still sail because you have the wind coming from the north and the wind coming from the south, while in the open water sometimes the breeze is too light and you cannot sail. And I was telling them exactly this, that they're lucky to be able to sail on the lake because they can.
And from the Berlin Yacht Club, many Olympic champions actually came. So nothing bad in sailing on a lake, actually.
No, you can sail all year long, you know.
Yes. Bit chilly, maybe.
Being able to sail all year long gives you an advantage.
So the angle of this shot is scaring for the Italian team, Tommy. But
yeah, I think you know the guy from
the red boat
did well to jibe early. They probably took a jump, and from there, you know, if they get a bit of a puff, something come into their play, they have starboard tack advantage.
But I think they'll be behind.
This is why they're coming to the cross. Now it's a crucial cross because if Aeronautica Militare can cross, they will probably go for it.
Slightly.
Yeah, they go for it, you know.
You think they're going to go for the left or right mark?
Maybe if I was the German boat, I would have kept that move because you have to be 100% sure you have a piece of them.
Yeah.
And not being able to have a piece of them, they basically wasted a jibe.
And they lost some meters.
Lost some feel to the Italian boat. Anyway.
So they went for the left.
Something you try. You always have to try. You know, sailing is very difficult because it takes a bit of a shift, the wind changing direction or strength, or the maneuver doesn't come as you want it because of many reasons. And you never know. You never know until you come.
It's a very complicated sport.
It is super complicated.
So many elements to be careful and to watch for.
It's complicated even to explain to the normal people what sailing is all about. Sometimes we don't understand it.
If you say so, Tommy, then there's no room, there's no hope for anybody else. So
anyways,
Aeronautica is going
kind of light and not super strong breeze, you know.
No.
Anything can happen. Like we said before, we seen in race number 1 this morning. The guy who was leading the race is doing what the Aeronautica Militare is doing now, going for the left, which normally is the side who pays off. But
especially when the breeze goes down, maybe.
But when in race 1 we saw a little bit of a puff from the right, and the guy which was in second place came back into contention. So I wouldn't be surprised if it does happen again. No, not this time around.
The legs are very short, so
it seems like that the Aeronautica Militare has extended their lead. Looking at the track, if the track is correct, which I assume is correct, they probably stretch to 4 lanes lead almost.
Okay, let's not forget the yellow boat, Wassersportverein Emmelingen, because they're right there and they're also fighting. They're on the top 10 boats fighting. And looking at the points, they can still access the top 4.
Yeah.
They can still make the cut. So it's going to be another race within the race between the red and yellow boat.
Yellow boat. I would say at this stage the red is still
In control.
Not only they have starboard tack advantage, I would say looking at the track they probably still have 1 lane lead, which is more than enough, especially coming from the starboard side, to make it work. Anyway, like we said, you know, it is a race. It's never over until it's over. It doesn't
Yes.
take much. A bad mark grounding, a bad hoist, or you miss a shift, you miss a puff.
And the level is so high and the race is so short.
Absolutely, no
that
no mistakes are allowed.
when you make a mistake, you have 5 boats behind you at least who are ready to take your
To take
spot.
advantage of it.
And
See that the red boat is still solidly
very
in second
close,
place.
Yes. So for the Italians,
The Italians are sitting on the rear, trying to push them back, and potentially could end up with the race between the red and the yellow boat, but it's still pretty separated apart. So I would say at this stage the position are fairly locked in.
is it because the wind is lighter, or it looks like the waves are a bit stronger?
Small boats, you know, and it doesn't take much of a chop to make them bounce through the waves, and this is also adding difficulty. Not only you have to play the shift, you also have to play the waves, so you make your sail a little bit fuller, try to punch through those waves, which are basically, it's like you're braking every 5 seconds on a step.
Yes.
And
But Aeronautica Militare just rounded the mark, and
a solid
they
lead.
are-
The red boat is in a solid second. The
Yes.
yellow boat is in a solid third.
So unless anything
Unless-
exceptional happen, we
Exactly.
are going to see them going down to the finish.
Pretty much in
Line
the same
in the
relative
same
order.
position.
In the same relative order. I'll be surprised if there are big changes in this run.
Yes, this is where you want to be. If you are Aeronautica Militare.
Aeronautica Militare are very happy, I think, at this stage. And so should be the second and the third if they're still fighting to qualify for the final, you know?
Yeah.
It's still very valid points, because then in the end, yes, the first taken advantage of 1 point lead out of 2 races that you have to win, but even so, I mean, it's important to qualify, so a second is better than a 5th or a 6th, so you live with that and leave it to the grand finale to be played out.
Yes, so at the end of this race, Tommy, we're gonna be able to see the provisional overall, because the flight 13 will be over, so all the teams will have the same number of matches, and so it will make sense to look at the overall while we are preparing for flight 14. So it's about 1:15 noon. So yes, I think we can have an extra flight before the grand finale. But we can't wait for the grand finale, so we would like it to be right now, right, Tommy? Maybe not for
No.
everybody is the same.
No, I think everybody has to be well tired and stressed, and then have a grand finale, which is
Even more exciting.
exactly.
Yes.
They either leave or die. You know?
We're very bad saying this.
You have to leave or die, and this is, I think, a very solid performance from the Italian crew. I know I'm a bit biased on this call, but I think they sail very well. They sail this race very, very solid, conservative, and a lot of good asset in their field.
So while they're getting to the finish line, we are looking at the sailing instruction, and it says there is only a last possible warning for a race. So probably we'll be having 2 flights, which
Two
is
flights.
fantastic. Like you were saying, they will get to the grand finale super stressed,
Well,
super tired.
also, I think.
And well done to
you have,
Aeronautica Militare. They just won
I
the
think
race.
also you have to have fair racing, you know, and the more races you sail, the more fair the result, the final result is going to be. And so I think you have to sail as many races as possible.
Of course, that's the goal. That's the goal. We are here to sail. But so Aeronautica Militare, by winning this, it's strengthening their leading position in the overall. Verein Seglerhaus, so the Berlin, the red boat, is second, like you were saying, followed by the yellow boat.
Yeah,
so
we've seen
very important for them too.
We've seen Niccolò Bertola being very happy at the finish.
The skipper,
He probably had a lot of pressure on him too. It doesn't show, but you know, when you're fighting for the top spot, you always feel pressure, no matter what.
Yes, and you want to keep that position. And as the Polish boat is crossing the line, we will be probably, as soon as we can, go and see an overall leaderboard, but we're gonna wait until it's ready and secure. Now look at the shot. Look, this right there, it's Maddalena and Caprera, so it's the islands we were talking about that normally affect a little bit the race course.
We can see the island of
this is
Bisce,
Sardinia. That was the Bisce.
Yeah, the first island you see, which is a very flat island, small island, is Le Bisce, which is facing the lighthouse in front of Porto Cervo.
And here we have the overall, Tommy. So this is the important bit at the moment. So Aeronautica Militare, by winning this last race, strengthened their position, but it's only 4 points advantage over the Kreuzlingen Yacht Club in second, the Swiss team that ended in fourth on the last flight. Segeln Motor Club Uberlingen is in third position with 2 points from the second one. The Russian, who saw winning their last race, 1 point behind in fourth position. So at the moment, this, if the qualifier would finish now, this would be the top 4 teams who would access to the final races.
But if you have two more races, like they said, and there is there is a chance for
Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, who is in fifth.
Up to the 8th place, you know. Even Club Nautica Recife with 2 races could make it potentially.
You're looking at the points, right?
Yes, I'm looking at the points. I'm looking at the fact that between the 4th and the 8th is only 4 points split, which is not many, with 2 races to go.
That's little. So we were saying NRV Norddeutsche Regatta Verein is in 5th, Regatta Club Oberhofen in 6th, so they're same point. So I mean, like you were saying, they're also close. Barca Sport Verein.
I think still, with 2 races to go, I think the 8th, which is the Spanish crew, which was leading, still have a chance.
They were leading yesterday.
They were leading yesterday. Still have a chance to come back into the grand finale.
They're from Lanzarote, so they must like the very strong wind. So they don't like this little breeze, because they have 2 sixth places.
2 6th places.
Yeah. The French also with 2 races, Tommy, and the Royal Danish Yacht Club with 43 points. I mean, in 2 races, they could still be in the top 4.
Bit more difficult. I mean, yes, anything can happen, but.
So we're gonna look at the other clubs in the overall ranking, even though, like you're saying,
the Dansk Yacht Club,
the Danish,
at an OCS in race number 12. That must be painful for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That must have been painful for them. I mean, an OCS, you look at the scoreboard, 3, 2, 2, 1, 4, 3, and an OCS.
It's heavy on them.
That was really costly.
That is 8 points, because 7 votes, so that's 8 points.
That was super costly.
Yes. And
they will be thinking a lot about that OCS for
especially because there's no discard.
For a long time, yes.
So we're getting
you don't want to have OCS, you know.
It's, never ever. So 4 minutes to the next race, to the start of next race. No wasting time here at the Audi Sailing Champions League final. And while we are getting ready for that race, we have jumped on board the yellow boat, which is the Russian. It's the Russian boat who did so well in the previous race.
They did a perfect textbook
Textbook race, yes.
The one we saw before was really good to watch. I mean,
And that brought them in the 4th position. So they are sitting on the last available spot to make the grand finale. And they're gonna try and do the same. And they will fight against NRV, or Norddeutsche Regatta Verein from Hamburg, who are sitting in 5th place. So it's gonna be a direct match. You think are they already at the stage where they're going to cover each other for the point?
They will for sure be looking at each other. Not even if they don't match race each other, which is probably too painful, risky. But they will be, they will be looking at each other and see where the other starts. They want to start right next to him, because if they can make a little arm to the opposition, they will use every single opportunity to push them back and make sure there is a bit of a cushion. They don't necessarily have to win the races at this stage. Of course, like we said, with 2 races to go, it's still very open. Even the, in my opinion, even the 8th placer could make it to the final if you screw completely a race just to cover the opposition.
So basically, you approach this.
I will call it a loose cover.
Yeah.
So if an opportunity presents, you will try to hinder the other crew position. If an opportunity presents, you will try not to get too much leverage from your opposition so that he doesn't win the race if you finish mid-fleet. But I don't think they will go full-on match race at this stage, probably
No.
not.
So 1 minute to go. Nice drone shot. We were on the Hamburg boat with David Chapman. Calling tactics is the only Aussie here in Porto Cervo. He was on the winning team last year. He was helming the Australian boat who won the race, the final last year. But because of the traveling restrictions, the Australian could not make it. But he is a club member of NRV, and he is living in Germany at the moment. So he was happy to jump on the boat. 15 minutes to go.
It's always good to have a nose in your boat.
They're very good.
Excellent sailors.
Yeah, true.
Excellent sailors.
So 9 seconds, Tommy. Well, how is it shaping up, this start?
You can see the grey boat very close to. Everybody was very close to the start line, a bit too early. Everybody had to kind of run through the line, but so far, even start for, I'd say, probably half of the fleet. The other half of the fleet was on back foot. So it's almost like it's 2 fleets in one at this stage.
Okay.
We can see the...
Funny, because only 7 boats in the fleet, and we kind of have 2.
Yeah, everybody was kind of early. You can see the...
Are they coming back?
Yeah.
Oh no, this is Norddeutsche Regatta Verein.
Too early. Probably was a bit too early.
They saw the flag and they
don't want
thought,
to take a chance,
yes.
They don't want to take a chance.
Absolutely. So they are back.
Yeah. Is
And
the flag still up? No.
Probably not. But maybe they're saying...
No, they were not. Sorry.
Yeah,
we have to. They had a penalty.
So it was not a matter of
It was not
going
a matter
back.
of being over early.
Thank you to our directing room.
Sorry, we missed that. We didn't see the penalty happening.
Yeah, we can't always be everywhere, even though with the drone we have a shot. But it's good for NRV because they didn't have to come all the way down to the finish line.
They still have a race,
So they're still racing.
They're still racing. Very good start from the Russian. Yeah, they started from the pin again. They're not afraid of giving starboard tack advantage, like we said this morning. They go for the favor side of the race course, and they try to make the wind make the work for them. They're probably fairly confident in their boat speed.
Yes. And then I'm seeing the...
You want to give it to Ollie for the penalty that the NRF took. They probably have seen it.
I'm not sure if we already have Ollie on the water. I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think. But I can tell you this. I'm happy to see Club Nautico Arrecife doing well. It's the purple boat, the purple boat,
yes.
Violet. So they're doing well. I'm happy.
Yeah, like I said, they still have a chance. They still have a chance. They're probably now laying in 3rd position because I would say that right now, Russian leading the race. Green is probably in second.
Green is Bjorn Hansen, you know, it's KSSS, so he's doing well.
They are right now in second place, even though, you know, the left-hand side can give you some lift off the opposition very close to the ley line. So we'll have to see if the green can maintain her second place, which is currently holding.
Yep, so Bjorn Hansen must be very happy at the moment. Nice race today, the first nice race today they're having. And I'm sure for the Spanish is also very good. Because let me see. Yeah, they're not far in points, so they could still make it. And you know what the interesting thing is, Tom, in my opinion, is in this kind of races, when you make the cut, then you reset your mind and you go into another race.
No, absolutely. Especially if you're coming from behind. Especially if you're coming from behind or you have little to lose, all of a sudden your mind clears up and you're not in the conservative mode anymore, you're on the happy mode. And
Yes.
you want to have an happy race
And that
do well.
might give you a lift, huh?
And do well, you know?
Yeah, that might be a very key factor.
We've seen a good slam dunk from the pink boat.
Uh-huh.
Now they will have it. This
And
is
another one.
tough. This is tough.
KSS, that was
It
match
could
race.
almost be a penalty
Yeah,
there.
they're calling
There is
for a penalty.
there is a
Yeah,
red flag.
let's see what
There
the
is a
umpire-
red flag flying.
Let's see what the umpire says, while the Russian just go solidly marking.
They
turning
were
the
almost
mark.
crossing. They were trying to cross and just.
That was Bjorn Hansen pushing it a little bit, huh?
Yeah. I think it was green flag though.
You think?
Yeah, I
They
think
would have
so.
said something by now,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I would say
Okay.
so.
So the umpire thought that it wasn't that bad in the end.
No.
But
Anyway,
Club
the-
Nautico Arrecife still turned rounded the mark
Yeah.
ahead of them. So the
Yes.
risky
And-
maneuver didn't pay so far.
No.
And
no.
they also have the inside.
Yeah. And
Of-
also you have to say that right now is a lot of boat inside the green boat.
Yeah.
I mean the green boat
not in
went
the best
from
position.
being second to being right now in fourth,
Yeah.
maybe fifth, because they're on the
Potentially,
outside.
Potentially, yes.
They cannot jibe, you know, the red boat is controlling the whole fleet by using a starboard tack advantage, and they will go all the way to the ley line, preventing the pink boat and the green boat to jibe.
Yeah. The violet and green, you mean?
The violet, yes.
You have a problem with pink and red, Tommy.
No, I called the red boat. I said the
Ah,
red
the
boat.
one in the back.
The one that back was controlling until they got gassed by the one, the number one, and now they're jibed away, so they're not in control position anymore.
Okay.
But there is the boat which is the farther to the leeward, which is the gray boat, which is controlling the blue and the green.
In
Because
fact, the gray boat is doing
they're
well.
looking, but you know, they're pretty much pinned. They cannot do anything, and basically the gray boat, the side went to jibe, and the blue and the green will have to follow.
Yeah, so they're actually asking them to jibe, basically.
Yeah, but
aren't they?
he's not going to jibe until he's 100% sure he's on ley line, you know?
Yeah.
And here
It's
they go.
another textbook match race thing, this one. Try to push it.
And this is how the green boat went from being second to being fourth or even fifth, you know?
Yes, this is what you don't
And
want
now
to
they
happen.
probably overstood the ley line, and even the blue boat could have a chance at the green boat.
Wow, lots of changes.
Amazing how things changes on a turn of a dime, huh?
Yes, absolutely. And, well, these are the Spanish. Happily in second place for this
Yes.
race. They will need a very low score to make it
Work
go-
for
to-
them
yeah.
to have a chance of
to
making through
climb
the
up
cut.
the leaderboard. Sorry, the scoreboard.
Russian, very easy, you know, leading the race,
Yes.
no stress for them.
No stress.
Going
they're gonna
around
go
to
on
the left-hand
left,
side again,
where they like it.
where they like it.
This is what's happening. There are 6 umpires on the water, you know?
It's more umpire than sailing boats.
Almost. But it's to guarantee fair racing to everybody. And look how the red boat Norddeutsche Regatta Verein,
Yeah.
they're back in the pack.
Yeah, and the green boat survived through that drama. They just said, you know, they went around in third place, which is not bad. I mean, they went from being second to being almost, let's say, fourth or fifth. and they survived the drama. It could have been a lot worse for them.
Yeah, so
It
of
could
the
have
six
been a lot
umpires,
worse for them.
They played
Another
well.
penalty here for another boat, the blue boat, probably just infringed at the bottom mark.
Oh gosh,
That's the Estonian crew.
what
is
happened? They
They
touched the mark.
They must have touched the mark, or they must have touched the opposition, or probably
Yeah.
claim an inside they didn't have, or
Something
something.
the umpire saw.
We're looking at the
and we
lead.
didn't
We're
see.
looking at the leaderboard. We don't. It's just the two of us, you know. We don't have 6 boats to match to umpire
No,
them.
no, no. And plus, the 6 umpires are here, but only 4 are judging at the same time in one
Yeah.
race.
Yeah.
No need for 6 umpires on
No,
the water,
there
like
will
you
be-
were saying.
there will
with
be
7
way too
boats.
many.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll be
So-
sitting on the reins.
You never know, you know. But anyways,
Russian
Russian are leading.
playing to the
Yeah.
right, controlling their lead. You know, they like that playbook. When
Yeah.
they got the first shift to come across, get on starboard tack advantage and control the race.
and the Hamburg boat is
They like their
climbing.
blueprint. It's almost like they have a blueprint on how you race. You know, and they keep repeating the same stuff over and over again.
Yes, but this is what you guys want to do, but not all the time you are able
It
to do it.
Not always works. Not
Yeah.
always works your way. And
Also, you
sometime-
have some other people on the race course with you
And
who might
sometime
not.
you have somebody throwing a spanner in your wheel.
Nothing not that you like that. But anyways, nice to see the Hamburger climbing up. They're not last anymore. They're actually
Green.
fifth.
Green boat is now fourth. They went around the right-hand gate
Yeah,
looking
that's Bjorn
downwind,
Hansen.
and they had to take a bit of bad air, and they probably cost them a bit. The guy who went around the other
We
gate
are
past
on
them.
board the Spanish
Spanish
team here.
team.
They're not all out on the rails, so there must be not so much wind.
It's probably not super strong.
See,
you
they're
know?
not completely
Yeah,
fully
you can
hiking.
you can see the boat is bouncing a lot. It's still hiking, you know, on this boat.
Yeah, but
Especially
yesterday they were.
understaffed. You're
Oh no,
using,
they're hiking hard now.
you're using
yeah,
as much as crew weight as
to
you can.
flatten the boat.
Basically, the more hike, the more power you get out of your sail. The harder you can trim, the faster you go through the water. Now we have a nice encounter here. If Freight can have a piece of the
What do you think?
pink boat. Now I think the pink
no.
boat is just crossing.
Yeah,
It just crossed. If
yeah, in front of the violet in front of the
Yeah.
pink.
they were almost overstood on ley line, you know, they decided to go above the mark to make sure they have that cross.
Okay.
And the
this
red
is what
boat
they
did exactly the same. Even they were laying, they decided to go for the penalty if they had the chance to.
They were trying to.
They were trying to give a penalty to the
to
pink
the other
boat,
one, yeah.
regardless of the ley line, because see, they coming
And they
in with
did,
these
they
sails.
did lose some.
They,
some
which
meters.
sometime you don't do, you know, you go for your
way.
best race,
Yeah.
and then you wait for the chance to present. I was surprised they were trying to put all their eggs in one basket, which was to give
Yeah.
them a penalty. If you don't get
You
the
do that
penalty,
in match race because you only have one boat.
but if you don't get the penalty, then you're cooked, you know, you're behind.
Yeah. And there might be a boat behind you who passes you. Wow,
That's another
that's,
type of
woo!
encounter. That will
I'm
be
gonna
that
see
will
a
be a
penalty
penalty.
there.
That's
yeah,
a penalty
I'm
for
gonna
sure.
see a penalty for the grey boat.
That's a penalty for
The
sure.
grey boat, they did it. They tried too hard.
That's a penalty for sure.
Yeah, they tried too hard. Let's see what the umpires say, but I
Penalty.
would be.
Here they go. They go for
Oh
the
yeah,
turn.
they're doing it. That was quite easy to spot that.
Yeah, they tried to hard.
Yes, they did.
You shouldn't
Absolutely.
try that hard.
Yeah, especially if you. They did it probably because they got nothing to lose. To be honest.
Okay.
Right? What do you think?
I don't know.
They are in the last positions.
Okay.
So
So they try to have at least one
good race.
one good race, top 3 finisher.
One good race. And if they had a crash, no matter.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. So last downwind.
Yeah, I think
The
position
Russian
fairly
are
consolidated.
happy. The Spanish are happy in second.
Yeah.
No,
So with the
Deutsche
Russian winning is, I think also the overall classman is fairly well sorted because
It always depends on how the others will do.
Yeah, but the
But the
Spanish had the
Russian-
chance if the Russian did poorly, with the Russian winning. The Russian probably stepping up the leaderboard. They probably now in third or second place.
Yeah, from fourth they can
From
go.
fourth, they could climb up the ladder.
Actually, they were fifth. But let's see the overall when all the flights are done. But for sure, the
They say
Russians are happy of
it's
this.
less chances for the Spanish to
Yes.
climb up the ladder and make
Yeah.
sure they make it through the final.
Yeah, but also the Spanish, they will be happy to record a 2 instead of a 7, right?
Absolutely. You always
Because
do.
if the others, like we were saying, they're
Have
all
a poor
tied on
race,
points. If
have
the
a
others
poor
have
race.
a poor race, then you are there. So you always have to try and make the best.
This
and
is
not
why
looking at the-
why they're not making calculation quite yet.
Yeah.
You know, they're trying to sail their
Very
best
heavy.
race.
2 bullets in the last 2 races for the Russians. Well done. It was really hard for them to get here, you know, Tommy,
Yeah, I
because of the
imagine
travel
so.
restrictions. So it's good for them that they're doing well.
One of the crew was actually sailing with me on the Bronenosek many years ago. I
Okay.
just
So
recognized
you
him.
know
He's the
them.
bowman. Yes.
Okay. And here are the Spanish crossing. Not so much of advantage for them. but
Second
still,
place.
They're
Second place.
With
No,
Deutscher Touring Yacht Club
that
in
keeps their
third.
chances alive of making it through the final.
True. This is what you have to do, like we said. Make it to the top 4 and then take it from there.
Hmm.
And look at the Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, the red boat. I don't think they're going to make it through before ahead of the green boat.
No, I think the green will have it. I think
So
it's
they'll
going to
be
be to the
fourth.
green. Green will be
Bjorn
fourth.
Hansen, even though he did some funny maneuvering up at the mark, is now closing this race in 4th position with Norddeutsche Regatta Verein in 5th. And the Bocholt Yacht Club in 6th. They lost 1 position, I think, for that penalty out
Come
there.
on, we want to see an overall now.
But we can't, Tommy. I mean, we can here, but it doesn't really make sense
It doesn't
because we
matter.
only have 1 race. So, the Estonian also in this race, they finished last. So
Yeah,
it's okay.
it's okay. They're young.
And then you have to have always a last boat. So
Yeah. Otherwise, the first will not be first.
exactly. It's the hard rule of sport. So nice race. I mean,
no, absolutely.
Not a
It's
big
a-
fight. The Russian
It
controlling
was
from
yeah
minute
for it
1.
was easy peasy for the Russian, but for the rest of the fleet was a lot of fore and back, lot of exchanging position. We've seen a couple of penalties, and you know, we've seen some close stacks, which eventually went with the green, and we got a nice stop mark rounding where 4 people were overlapped with each other, and the guy which went around
Yeah.
the top mark in 5th, controlling the race. It has been funny to watch.
It's been fun, yes, and it was easy for the Russian.
It was
At least,
easy for the
from,
Russian, but
our
for
commentating booth, not for them on the water.
for the rest of the fleet,
But
was,
the rest of the fleet
a
was
real
fighting.
dogfight.
It was a dogfight. Yeah, dogfight we can say in television, but also it wasn't a shit fight this time. It was
No.
like you said.
No,
it
no,
was
it
a
was- it
fair,
was
fair
clean. It was
racing.
a- It was clean.
It was all clean. Couple of stronger.
We seen 2 penalties. One we didn't realize why. We actually seen 3 penalties.
Three penalties.
3
yes.
penalties.
But one was actually
well,
green.
we missed the first one, unfortunately.
An Hervé, but we're gonna ask them
Well,
later
but we
tonight.
spotted the top one.
Yeah,
That was
we did.
easy.
And yeah, we called it right.
Even we noticed that penalty.
Well, I'm not surprised of you, but even I spotted it. But anyways, another beautiful shot of Porto Cervo. I'm in love with this place. I'm in love with Sardinia. And
today is Sardinia at its best.
yeah, today.
You know, it's just a nice gentle breeze, westerly. And this type of racing, you know, is actually more fun to watch when it's not super strong, because when it becomes super strong, it becomes a bit of survival. So you see a lot of
survival
crashes.
mode.
You see a lot of crashes, but not necessarily makes for good racing.
You're right. Absolutely right. And we're actually seeing some cruising boats going out. There was
Lucky them.
yeah,
Lucky
there
them.
was none yesterday nor the day before because
Lucky
of the
them.
weather.
Sunday.
Sunday, but also nice weather because yesterday was Saturday, but nobody was out there. And when you're out on the race course, do you actually, Tommy, look at the cruising sailing boat around you to see, do they give you an indication of the wind where they're at?
We normally spot for the signorinas on the cruising boat, but
Not for their setup, huh?
no, we don't look at their sail trim.
Okay, we're back in the game. This is the yellow boat, and it is the Borde de Tribord Yacht Club. So it's the Swiss team, and they're getting ready. Like you're saying, they must be already into the match.
Yeah, what they do, they normally go upwind for a bit to see the sail trim setup. Then the hoist and you hoist so that you can drop your spinnaker yourself, making sure that is nice and clean. So
Especially, how does it work when you get a boat? You get on a boat that it's not yours.
you get on a boat and you have to check everything. You normally have a few words with the guy who just said it before, double check that nothing is broken, that everything is working fine. And then you ask how was the spinnaker packed, and they say, oh, was packed fine, or otherwise, no, you better rehoist it. So there is a bit of camaraderie between the crew. They try to help each other, saying,
it's in everybody's interest. And you know, Tommy, we now have a commentator on the water, so he will be able to tell us a little more inside. So we're 3 minutes to the next start. Race 2 of flight 14. Let's see what Oliver Schwal is seeing on the water. Ollie, back to you. Oh, we see you too.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you can see me, hopefully.
What do you see before
Perfect
the start?
conditions, as you already mentioned. I mean, the wind is quite stable. I think it turned out, I didn't follow all races like you guys did, but it seems to be that the left-hand side turned out to be a little bit better. But it's really champagne sailing here. We have a good breeze, constant wind. And I think the teams are enjoying it. I think the overall ranking is still open. So we are waiting for finishing this flight. So each team, I think, will have the same amount of races after this flight. And then there's one more flight with 4 races. And after that, I think we have a new situation. But weather conditions are perfect. We are about 2 minutes to start. And now it's the 2-minute signal. And I'm looking forward for the race.
I have to say, Ollie, we quite envy you today. Look at you out there in beautiful sunshine with the breeze blowing and all of this racing going on in front of your eyes.
He could even peel the mask off.
Yeah, it's great. Fantastic.
Yes, he could even peel his mask off. Yes.
No, I don't wear a mask because I'm alone on the boat.
Of course, of course. So, Ollie, we'll come back to you later on in the race. And thank you for this. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, you can.
Okay, talk to you later.
And we are now on board. Thank you, Ole. We're on board. Gosh, I cannot see what flag they have in the bow.
He's hidden behind the boom.
Yeah. So, anyways, 1 minute to the start.
I think he's one of the German crew, I would say.
You think?
I believe so.
I think it was the red boat. So the red boat is a long name. But anyways, let's not worry about this. Let's get to see the conditions out there. It's 45 seconds to the start, and the situation is getting hectic.
It's the French. I believe.
Oh, the French are there.
Yeah,
right.
I think it's the French team, right? It's this flight, APCC?
Yeah, APCC, it's the French.
It's the French, correct. 24 seconds. Everybody.
Probably not. But anyways, 20 seconds to the start. Let's see. What do you see, Tommy?
Well, we don't see much. We were on board camera with the French. They all lined up fairly early like they normally do. All pretty much spread around the start line. It seems like the red might have jumped again. The red might have jumped the gun. Yes, they did.
So they're coming back in.
They're coming back in. They had a very good start, maybe too good of a start. Unfortunately, we're not online with the committee end, so it was difficult to see if there was somebody else jumping the gun. I would say no, the flag has come down, so it was just a friend jumping the gun. Green boat on the left-hand side. It seems a bit of a right-hand shift, to be honest, right now that they get off the block, so I wouldn't say there is a big advantage to the boat on the left as we see it from the aerial view. We'll have to see later in the game. Like right now, our tracker is saying that boat number 1 is leading the race, which
So
I
it's
believe,
the gray boat.
I believe is on the right-hand side of the race
because we cannot
course.
see it here.
But I do.
They're all close, Tom.
Yeah, I
Look
think
how
they're
everything
fairly
is
close. There
going
isn't much in it so far. There isn't much in it. It seems like we're on a right-hand shift, so you can tell that the green boat right now is kind of stretching forward, so probably a bit of a left-hand shift coming towards Porto Cervo. So I'll give a small advantage to the green boat right now as we speak, but they still don't have a cross. So it's still very open game.
Yes, and the pink boat is at the Oberlingen Yacht Club and the Oberhofen, Yacht Club from Switzerland, and they are among the ones who are fighting to get in. And their result will affect the Spanish, who finished second in the last
Now we
race.
see the green boat trying to cross. I think they
the
will have a
Portuguese.
very tight cross, you know. I don't think they have a cross. They probably lee bow. In fact, here they go for a lee bow. Like getting closer to the blue boat, they will force them out, which they did. And now they
Nice.
tack back on.
So the Portuguese-
very well executed by the Portuguese.
They're leading, and they actually
Just.
won the previous race. So they're on a good path.
Yeah, they still cannot cross the blue boat, you know. So it's still an open race between the blue boat, and the green boat. The Polish boat, I think, Lega de Varsavia.
Yeah, it's Polish.
Is a Polish boat, like I can tell from the name, Varsavia. Probably just leading, and Portuguese very close behind. We'll have to see as they come to the top mark if, like I believe, the Polish will do the perfect ley line. The Portuguese will have to go behind. They probably have to go to duck both of them because it's going to be 2 boats on starboard. So I would say these 3 boats are leading the race. Probably right now the Polish boat leading the race, followed by the Austrian, and I would say in third
It's
place probably.
very open out there. It's probably light. Let's take advantage one more time of Ollie on the water and see what he sees and where he's at. Ollie, where are you on the race course? And what do you see? Maybe Ollie is not there. Okay.
I will tell you what, that
So let's try to figure it out. We are at the mark.
at the mark, Austrian
Austrian
blocked by the
The
Polish.
Polish. who
And
did
in
well.
third place is the Portuguese. The Portuguese will try to take advantage of the fact that the Austrian had to go very wide on the mark, and they get an inside, which will give them a controlling position. So right
For the
now is a
downwind.
big fight for the second place between the Austrian and the Portuguese, with the Polish in a nice control position for the moment. But it's much closer than it used to be. Probably the breeze has got lighter, and the left was good, but not so good as it used to be. And it was interesting to watch. A lot of changing of in position in this race for the final. This is the final match, correct?
No. We're in the second race of Flight 14.
Flight 14. Okay,
Yeah.
second race.
Yes. So, but still, it's we've got some important boats. Like we said, Oberhofen at the moment, but it's really all very provisional. At the moment is out of the top 4,
Yes.
giving some hope to the Spanish, who, if they get another good race in the next one, can still make it to the top 4. And I mean, for some boats, like some teams like the Portuguese, they cannot probably do much to be in the top 4.
But they can
it's
finish
good.
on the high
Yeah,
end. They can finish on the high end and be good in spirit for the next race.
Yes.
Like we mentioned before, is always good. And
yeah, as a sportsman, you always want to do the best you can and get the best result possibly.
And like we said, you know, when the pressure is off, you probably sail better.
Yes, true.
There is less to lose.
True. And this
so
is
right now
it
seems like the Austrian have a nice lead over the Portuguese. Sorry, they're comfortable in second place.
For the Polish, this would be their first win.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's good for them. They will be very happy.
Yeah.
They will be very happy if they can maintain their lead.
Yeah, these are the Austrian Yacht Club Hart, and also for them it would be nice because they are Yacht Club Hart. They're also there with the Polish down there, bottom 8.
I'll tell you what, the breeze looks relatively soft right now.
It does.
There isn't a lot of pressure in it. It becomes tricky and you start nail biting, you know, because anything can happen. It doesn't take much of a shadow from the other boat to lose ground, and all of a sudden you're back.
Especially when you're leading downwind and the wind is getting lighter, you're in a very weak position.
Yeah, I think the Polish have a comfortable lead, but then for second, third, fourth is pretty close.
Wow. We don't like light winds. At least I don't.
See, a bad jibe on the Polish team. Basically going pretty much in parallel around the gate, with the Austrian taking the opposite gate and probably going the right direction, which is left.
Yeah. So when the wind is strong, boat handling is very important. What happens when the wind is so light?
Boat handling becomes even more important.
Oh, really?
It does, because basically you have to rock your body in and out, keep the boat balanced on your tiptoes, and it's not like sheer power.
Every kilo matter.
Well, you have to keep the boat balanced and not necessarily hiking as hard as you can, but eventually digging in and out with your crew weight and roll tacks and roll jibes, and keeping the sail trimmed with finesse every time you tack and jibe. So it becomes, it's different. It's more like dancing. You're right.
It's like dancing. And, well, we would like to see a bit more wind, but we can't control that.
On the tracker, we have the Yacht Club Hart, which I think is Austrian.
Yeah, the Austrian.
Leading by going left, like we mentioned. The Polish, unfortunately, I'm surprised they didn't take the right-hand gate looking downwind, because they could do everything they wanted. They just let the other gate to the Austrian. And anyway, it is sailing.
Yeah.
The Portuguese are playing.
But is this what you previewed before, that the sea breeze is coming in and it's blocking the Mistral? Or what is it?
It's possibly, there is a bit of that. It's like the central hour of the day when the sea breeze starts to kick in, and because it's opposite direction of the Mistral, it's probably slowing the Mistral down. We can definitely tell there is less pressure now. The people are not hiking as hard as they used to. You can see they're sitting on the side more than hiking.
Yes.
And when it becomes so light, it becomes a bit tricky. Yes, there is a bit of left-hand bias, but all it takes is a small puff from the right and you're back into the game.
Back in the game. Yes. Yeah, we see, and everything looks like slow motion compared to.
Yes,
and
it becomes harder on the
mind.
On the mind. It's less of a stamina. It's more of a mental game.
Yes. So the people who are strong mentally will
come out on top.
Come out. Yes.
And the people which are a bit more lucky will come out on top. You know what Napoleon used to ask about is generally, he used to say, I know he's good, but is he also lucky?
And you mentioned it before, Vascotto said it's better to be lucky than good.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he, in a way, I think that Bascotto and all the good sailors created their own luck by sailing smart,
Of
you know?
course. I think
And
you
it
create
becomes,
your own luck.
you know, that we normally say that it's called the sixth sense. Apparently, we have more like 15 senses that we don't know about, but we use when that gets
When you need them.
when you need them. I think a good sailor is exactly those sailors that when the condition gets tricky, they can keep cool.
Yeah, that's very important.
And they keep sailing with the cool mind.
Look how the people on board are actually moving slowly, not to give any.
Yes.
Any.
Yeah, because if you bounce too much, you're slowing the boat down. You know.
Exactly. So we
So
see
you have
them
to, like we said,
like,
moving on your tiptoes. You have
Yes,
to
this is
execute
what they're
everything
doing.
you have to do, but without affecting the boat too much.
So the Austrian rounded first, followed by the Polish.
By the Polish, and in
And,
third is another, is a
The
Swiss
third
boat.
is, I think
No,
the third
I
is
think
the
it's
green.
still,
Yeah.
still the Portuguese boat. I think the
It's the
tracker
Portuguese,
must
yes.
have lost the Portuguese.
Yes.
So the
And
Portuguese
Oberlinge-
the Portuguese
Oberhofen, I keep
maintain their third position, which is good.
Yeah, Oberhofen are fifth, and they are fifth in the overall. But anyway,
Shame the Polish gave away the right-hand gate looking downwind on the second leg, because they could have kept their lead. Would have been so nice for them.
nothing can happen, right? When the wind, but well, everything can happen. But when the wind is so light in the downwind, there are less possibilities to change things.
Yes, because the upper end shift forward, so there is less possibility to shadow your opposition from behind. And but even so, you know, a bad jibe, you can do a good jibe like this one, you know. If you do a bad jibe, the guy can roll you, which is
Like
happening
it's
right now
happening
as we
now.
speak. I think the Polish on the edge of rolling the Austrian. And of course, it takes time to roll the opposition, but you can tell from the Austrian spinnaker that they rolled him.
Yeah,
Well
and
done on the Polish for coming back on this one. They kept their mind cool and they used the opportunity to come back into the race, which is exactly, you know, what we had in the first race of today's racing, when the leader lost his lead and then eventually regained it back in the last leg by playing it cool.
Yes. So from the race committee, they're letting us know that because of the light breeze, they're going to shorten the course. And that might be risky, though. Because what if the wind picks up again?
Then they will go fast through a short course. It will become even more hectic.
More exciting.
It will, you know, there will be less of a lead at the top mark. You'll see more penalties, more penalty flag being flown,
and we like that.
more
So
call
I'm
from the
actually-
umpire. At least the umpire will know why they came to Porto
To
Cervo.
Porto Cervo, not just for the sunshine. Okay, so
Well done on the Polish for
Very
regaining
well
their
done.
lead. They done an excellent jibe there. That's exactly what we mentioned. You know, your best chance of passing a guy is on the jibe. You have to execute that perfectly. Come
And
up
they put
a
some pressure on them, so they made them jibe.
Yeah, I think the Polish did a very good job here.
Very good job. First win in the series, so they must be thrilled. Let's see how they celebrate. Look at them, look at them. You're happy. You're happy
They're-
when you
they're-
finally get a bullet.
They're very Polish in their celebration. If they were Italian, it would have been a
It
big
would have been
casino.
a disaster casino. So the Austrian are second, well played on them too. Oberhofen recovered a little bit, so they only get 3 points, which is good for their overall thing. They stole that third place to the Portuguese, who closed the race in fourth. Bordet de Tribord in fifth, and we've got the two Germans in the bottom two spots. So I think we're gonna leave the committee boat and the people on the water shorten the race. we're gonna go into a short break, and we'll be with you shortly after that when the new course is set up. We'll leave you with these beautiful images, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. On the third day of the Audi Sailing Champions League final, the wind was much more stable than on the previous days, coming at 15 to 20 knots from the northwest. Lots of ups and downs on the leaderboard today, with Aeronautica Militare jumping on the top position.
Didn't expect what we did so far, because unfortunately this year we didn't have the chance to sail the Lega. Tomorrow will be a different day because we had 3 days of strong wind, and tomorrow will be light winds. I will be ready for it.
For the teams, today's racing was all about boat handling and maneuvers, and getting one step closer to the cut for the final series among the top 4 clubs on Sunday.
We're disappointed. We're in 10th at the moment, and we should be doing a little bit better than that. It's our first time together as a team, and there's a few different styles on board, and we're just trying to come together as a group and just trying to work that out a bit better. This last couple of races have been good, but yeah, hopefully we can continue to improve and just sneak into the final somehow. We came to win.
Make sure you don't miss out on the final races, and be live with us again tomorrow when the title of the Sailing Champions League winner 2020 will be awarded.
From the start, we've been saying it clearly. We have to act to protect the ocean, because human life depends on it. You are never too young to make a difference. More and more people are becoming aware of how much we can do when working together, adopting behavior to defend the environment. That's why we are spreading the ocean literacy, understanding the influence that the ocean has on us, and how we affect the ocean is the first step to making a difference. Because in reality, we look at the sea without seeing it. We're not concerned about what is happening underneath the waves, because those problems are out of our sight, but those are the things that are seriously changing the possibilities of life on Earth. It's the accumulation of many pollutants and plastic waste. Acidification. It's the rising temperature. It's the reduction of marine habitats and biodiversity. The ocean and human beings are inextricably intertwined, but this doesn't seem to matter. The ocean also provides livelihoods for more than 3 billion people and has a huge economic value. If it were a nation, it would be the 7th largest economy in the world. We are ocean defenders. Young but very determined to act, to deal with the emergency and really change the future of the planet. Every day we commit to communicating, educating, raising awareness through sports, promoting scientific research. Carta Esmeralda is our code of ethics. We promote it to spread the commitment to protect the marine ecosystem in every activity. Only a change in each individual's behavior leads to a whole change. The knowledge of the problem leads to the awareness of wanting to change. We don't want our children to ask us in the future why we didn't do anything while we still had time. Today, although the time we have for change is running out, together we can meet this challenge.
And we're back on the water, Tommy. We're here in Porto Cervo for the Audi Sailing Champions League Final 2020. We've seen some beautiful, amazing races until now, and we're getting ready to complete Flight 14. I think we're going to go into the third race of the flight with the situation unfolding for who will be in the top 4. Because we have to remind you that all these races will be used to complete a ranking that the top 4 teams on the ranking will go ahead and race in the final series. So we just got back from some shortening of the race course. We've seen the wind slowing down a little bit. What are we to expect now?
Well, I believe, the race committee just said, that they were going to shorten the course because the wind was getting lighter, weaker. It was in the forecast that it would get weaker a little bit during the day. Hopefully it will last and get stronger for the finale. And right now, I think they're also giving a bit of a break to the crew. There's going to be a lot of changes for and back, so there's still plenty of time ahead of us. It's only 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and they have time to finish all the races before 2 o'clock, and then have the time to run the grand finale after that.
Okay, so Tommy, in this we're about a few minutes from the start, but in this race we have to watch out. We have the Aeronautica Militare boat in the gray team in the gray boat. Yes. They are the current leader. Then we have the Uberlingen Yacht Club from Germany, who is also currently in the top 4.
Yes.
And then we also have to look at the Kreuzlingen Yacht Club from Switzerland, who is sitting in the second. So basically, we're going to have a practice race of what it could be the final race, because we have 3 of the 7 teams racing in the next race are actually at the moment among the top 4 teams. So it is an important match, this one. And why don't we try to speak with Olli on the water and see what he sees and how he is gonna. Hey Olli, you're there, even in a more beautiful position. What do you see?
Yes, wind is back. So it was a little shift to the right. I think this is why the race committee laid out the upwind mark a little bit to the right-hand side of the course. Beautiful conditions. Again, the race before it dropped down a little bit, but now, again, perfect conditions. I think up to 12, 14 knots. 2 minutes to go to the start. And I think it will be a very interesting race because we're getting closer to the final. And I think 2 teams, or at least 3 teams, who are fighting for the final 4, they're in this fleet. So I'm looking forward for a very, very interesting race to come.
Yes, Olli, thank you. Like you say, it's 3 teams actually in this race who are in the top 4 overall. So it will be very interesting. 1 minute 30 to go. But Olli, before we let you go, what side would you like to start in this race if you were racing?
Well, very good question. I mean, it turned out that the left-hand side almost turned out to be better, but we saw the race before, the boats who are heading off into the middle of the course, the first track. So I assume that the right-hand shift can change it a little bit. So I think it's pretty open. I don't know. I think I will keep on going to the left-hand side of the course, but it could happen that the shift back to the left or even to the right will happen, and then there's a new game going on. But probably the best tactic would be keeping in the middle, keep an eye on the puffs getting in, and then decide which side is the better one. So we are close to the start now, like a couple of seconds. The boats are lining up, and yeah, a couple of seconds to go.
Thank you, Olli. So Olli is probably a little bit, he doesn't know, but it's 20 seconds actually to go. So Olli picked the left side, but he would actually play it safe in the middle. What would you do, Tommy?
Well, we're, like you said, we're not on the race course, so, but if the breeze shifts to the right, it becomes more of an even field. Like Ollie said, it doesn't become so biased towards the left-hand side, especially if you're pointing on starboard at the Strait of Le Biche, it becomes a very open field, so anything can happen. Ollie was absolutely right when he mentioned before, in the race before, we've seen the guy coming from the left, which couldn't make it around the top mark first. They actually went around the top mark in third place. So the middle of the course was actually the way to go. Right.
So the blue boat is doing well. It's the boat from München Yacht Club. And I cannot see where the grey boat is. Oh, right there, middle field. This is what they're doing, playing it safe. They don't want to lose their advantage.
Yeah, they kind of
middle
left. Their second boat from the left, from the Swiss boat. Boat.
Okay.
Third boat, Aeronautica Militare, is the third boat from the left. So yes, they gave away the very pin, but they're still playing the left-hand side, like
then
we
have
mentioned
Uberlingen
before.
right next to Aeronautica Militare, so it's the purple boat, number 6. Also,
Yes.
Uberlingen is in 4th overall, so they want to keep that.
Yeah, I think pretty much like you mentioned, is becoming a bit of a watching each other out. The 3 top team are kind of playing the same game, staying close. They're like 2nd from the pin, 3rd from the pin, 4th from the pin, and kind of seeing what their performance looks like, trying to understand the race course. The race course, like we mentioned before, could have changed a bit. When the wind goes, it goes from, say, 270, 280, which was before, to 290, 300. It becomes very much more even. There isn't such a bias to the left. And so it becomes a trickier race course to sail on.
So I have to ask what's going on, because in the green boat here we have Segler, very good. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, we're good.
That's the Swiss team.
Yeah, they're doing well, and they want to do well because they are 2nd overall at the moment. Yeah.
I'd say, like we said, Marina Aeronautica Militare, the Muhlenberger Segel Yacht Club,
the Swiss. Let's call it the
Swiss. The Swiss.
Impossible to pronounce
yes. They're all playing the same game, They're kind of controlling each other, playing the left without being the farther left. They let that game to the.
Uberlingen is the only one who went far right, but it's going back in now.
I think they got pushed back to the right.
Okay.
They didn't. They didn't
Wasn't
have
their choice.
No, they didn't have a lane. They were like the 4th boat on the right, and they couldn't hold their lane, so they decided to split to the right. But like I said, in this wind direction, not necessarily is a bad thing. There isn't such a convergence over the shoreline because the wind comes straighter from the channel between the archipelago and the mainland.
So it's more like a north.
It becomes more of an open field. Yes, there is still some advantage to the left, but not as big as it used to be.
Talk for Uberlingen, who is now in control and in ley line. I don't think the Aeronautica Militare, the grey boat, is going to be able to jump in. Oh, maybe yes.
Yeah, they're 2nd.
Oh, right there.
They're in 2nd.
Yeah. So, Uberlingen first, Aeronautica Militare 2nd, and then we see the probably the yellow.
Number 7.
The Münchener in 2nd. Yeah, the onboard. These are the guys from Munich in 3rd spot at the moment. Nice race. Nice first leg. Yeah, Münchener Yacht Club rounded 3rd. And it's still open. So the only one who's not Kreuzlingen, where did they go? It's the green boat. Where did they go? Where are they? Oh, they're there. Not far. They're in 4th position.
We're a bit confused because there's a lot of changes from aerial to water level, and we get confused too on who is who and who's leading. Anyway, I think we just seen We just seen the Segelum Motorbot Club
Oberlingen,
being rolled, and they had to jibe out.
Oh, you think? So if we can, let's try to go back on the course and see
No,
what they're doing. But I think they're
probably
far.
wrong. I'm probably wrong.
They're far.
I'm
This is
probably
what
wrong.
you want to see because you're Italian.
No. I just saw somebody rolling somebody else, and I thought it was the two leader.
No. They're actually split. They're far away. Uberlingen is going on the left, so
Yes.
right-hand side of the course. The jibe from Aeronautica Militare just came. Very clean jibe. The wind did pick up, like Ollie said, but not as much. Tommy is not
It's still relatively soft. You can tell from the body movement on the boat that they're not pushing hard. It's not a physical race anymore. It's more of a mental race.
It is indeed.
You have to play on your tiptoes, keep the boat moving.
And if
we can see that the like you said, Segelum Motor Club still leading, Aeronautica second. The Monaco Yacht Club in third. Münchner, which I think is
Monaco.
Monaco Yacht Club.
That gets confused with Monaco and France. It's Munich.
Munich Yacht Club in third. So, like we said, it is a good taste of the race to come, because we can tell that the top three teams are all fighting for a spot there, and they're all fairly tight together.
I think now the Aeronautica Militare rounding on the left may have the left side advantage that we've seen so far.
Yeah,
You're not so convinced?
I'm not so convinced anymore. I think when it gets light and fluky, he can easily get pressure from the right. So no, I'm not 100% convinced like I was before that the left is the way to go.
Let's go and see Ollie if he sees anything that we cannot see from inside our commentating booth. Ollie, you there? Where are you on the race course?
Yes, I'm standing directly beside the sideline camera, and what a great race. I mean, the guys from Uberlingen, which are fighting for the Final Four and for the finals, they did, from my point of view, a perfect first upwind. They started in the middle, and they decided not to go extremely to the left, and this was the first boat to tack. And by that, they were controlling the fleet from the start on. And you can see them tacking now and doing exactly the same. So I think the strategy turned out to be perfectly right. And they, again, do the same. They don't go extremely to the left. They keep controlling the fleet in the middle. The Italians heading off to the left-hand side. And even on the downwind, we could see that they were the first team to jibe, controlling the fleet and keep more in the middle of the race course. It's changed a little bit. The shift to the right overall didn't make the left-hand side so much better than it was before, and by that Uberlingen did a really, really great job. I mean, they are like 30 meters leading in front of our fellows from Italy, and I think the Munich Yacht Club, as far as I hear, the yellow boat will be probably on third. But yeah, wind is okay, not so much puffs getting in. Now Uberlingen is tacking again. They really want to keep the distance. They want to control the Italians, and I think they're doing, technically wise, a great job. So back to the studio.
Thank you, Ollie. This is incredible how actually is very accurate, because it's telling us what we're seeing here and on the tracker. Well done, Ollie. And yes, Uberlinger, the purple boat, number 6, we see them now. They are controlling absolutely the Italians. That's the goal.
Yeah, they did, like you mentioned before, and like we mentioned, when it gets light, not necessarily the left was so strong, and they played their odds by playing like an open field, and it did pay for them. They went to the right first, controlled the race. And from now on, they're kind of controlling the race. And this is, like you said, that is a taste of the grand finale, because these three teams, the top three teams, will be fighting each other in the final races. And so they need to get used to and see how they fare against the opposition.
Let's see now if the yellow boat, so Munich,
no, they're not going to make the mark.
What's going on?
They're not going to make. They were too shy. They had to make space to be able to tack.
So that will give some edge to the Italians in the running towards catching the Uberlingen, the purple boat, because if the Munich boat would be in between the Italians and the German, the Swiss, the German, Uberlinger is Germany. But anyway, that would give 1 extra point to the Italians, and they don't want that. Plus, Munich is actually at the moment not running for that top 4 spots, so it would just be, you know, a useless noise for the Italian. Useless point.
Yes. Yeah, of course it's...
They wouldn't need the point, the Munich Yacht Club, but the Italians would desperately need it. So
Yeah. So, but it's very difficult for the leader to slow the second boat down and make sure that there is a boat in between, you know, so...
Oh, no, they're not going to do that. I don't think. They're sailing their race.
Yeah.
This is what they're doing. They'd rather get that one bullet and
Yes,
forget about
exactly.
what's happening behind. And Aeronautica Militare, they just have to, this moment in the race, they have to control the one in the back.
Yeah.
Because they cannot take the one in the front. So this is what
It's
they will have to do.
pretty much the position are frozen. Big lead on the leader.
They're coming
And
down quite deep, huh? They're going straight down to the finish line. They're going to have to jibe at some point.
They will jibe at some point.
Look at them. Pretty,
Yeah.
huh?
It seems like there is a bit more breeze, so they can actually sail deeper. They have more pressure in their kite. They can ease off their kite and sail those 5-10 degrees lower compared to what they used to do before.
True. So he
But
came
they still,
the jibe
but they
from
still,
Uberlingen.
but they still not laying. You know, they have to jibe.
Yeah, the German already did their jibe, but maybe they will have to do another one in order to get the
We
finish
don't see,
line.
we don't see the finish.
I think they
We
we do. I think
Yeah.
they might have to take another one.
they probably shoot through the line.
They will.
They might shoot through
Yeah.
the line.
The Italians might be a little higher.
The Italian are being forced by the guy behind, you know, so they kind of want to sock down to clear out their jibe and be able to jibe without being affected by the guy behind.
And here's a very nice win for Uberlingen, who is now sitting in the 2nd spot of the overall. And the Italians are coming in 2nd.
Yeah, easy
And
second.
if you take a quick count, it looks like the Italians are now safe in the final race. So that's good news for Nicolò and all the guys in Aeronautica Militare. Well done by Münchner Yacht Club. That's a great news, actually. The Italians are in the finale.
Yeah, and we are in Italy.
And we're in Italy, so
You
fantastic.
have an Italian co-commentator.
And I'm Italian too. But we're not biased, eh?
No.
Absolutely not.
We want to be as fair as possible, and if
Absolutely.
the Italian are good to be in there, we're happy. Otherwise, tough luck.
Yeah, tough luck. Kreuzlingen didn't have a good race, so given this flight is not completed, now they are sitting in the 4th spot. So it's what we call the hot seat, because it could be wrong any time, Tommy.
Who is
And
this one?
The Kreuzlingen, they finished 6th.
Yes.
And that doesn't help them in the overall.
No.
They're
Also
tied on
because they're
points
tied on points.
with Oberhofen,
Yeah.
who already completed the 14th flight.
Okay.
So-
And there is Club Nautica Recife who still got the chance, correct?
Absolutely. And we have the French, who will race in the next race, who can still say something about this, like the Royal Danish Yacht Club. So, as always, I mean, we can't, and the finish too. Yes. So, Tommy, let's look at the overall later on, but it's important to know that the Italians are in. We have the first, it's the first finalist that we have is Aeronautica Militare,
Yep.
a team you know well because you raced against them last year, and even though you were tied on points, you lost.
Yeah.
So they're a good team. Good
Absolutely.
team. Good team.
They're all good teams, you know, like in the top 4, top 8, like we mentioned before, they're all very good and they're all been fighting hard. And of course, it doesn't take much to lose valuable places and points. and even people which sometimes deserve to be in the final, maybe they'll make it for different reason.
Yeah, there are always many reasons. So in the next race, Tommy, we should look at the French,
Yes.
APCC, Voile Sportive, and then we look at the Finnish, Alanska Segelsällskapet. So the French will be in the red boat, the Finnish will be in the pink boat, but then we also have to look at the Danish, Royal Danish Yacht Club in the purple. Because these three boats, they're the first two, French and Danish, are tie on points at 43,
Yes.
while the Finnish are right there at 43. So they're still going to be able to make it, depending on the next race.
Yes, of course. It's
But
always
yes, but
like
the
that.
top four are shaping up. Top four are shaping up.
Aren't these-
And yeah, you know what?
This one are done with the flight, right?
Yeah, they are done with the flight 14, but we're going to go for flight 15 soon.
Okay.
But I tell you what, this morning I spoke to the skipper of the Royal Danish Yacht Club boat,
Yes.
and he was about to go out on the water. Let's see what he told me this morning.
Okay.
On the last day of the Sailing Champions League final, it's all about making the top four, that cut. The Royal Danish Yacht Club is right there fighting to get in. What is your strategy for the day?
Have a good start, focus a lot on the start, and the first beat, that's very important to come up first or second at the top mark.
I like it that you mention it. These are very short races, so very different from normal regattas. And how do you approach each race? Because it's very fast. You're saying the first beat is very important. How does the start count?
Yeah, we have to make a choice where to start on the line and come at speed at the starting gun. That's the key. It's not that important where on the line we start, but speed at the start and a good speed all the way up.
We've seen yesterday a few shift on the course, much less than the day before, of course, but it was the normal, left and right. But that wasn't so important overall, right?
No, yesterday I think speed was very important. There was some shift, you should choose the right shift, but it wasn't that difficult. The day before it was very difficult because the mountains are so high on that side of the course.
And with the strong wind that we had yesterday, boat handling and maneuvering, that was the key. How did you feel about that?
That was good for us because we are very used to the boat and sail a lot in Denmark. So that was a key issue why we got some good points yesterday.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the water.
Yeah.
Boat speed is always very important, Tommy, but the way you approach these short races, it is different from when you approach normal sailing regattas and, even more different, the long coastal races. But how would you say you would approach? Like the start is super important and the first leg. Possibly.
Well, boat speed is always important, because even small differences can make you cross or not cross, and sometimes the cross are decided by a matter of a centimeter, not even meter. And same thing for the start. You have to be precise on the start. This is how we saw the previous team jump in the start because they were trying too hard, because those 2-meter advantage can make you win or lose the race. And so yes, it is very close, but all the relevant elements that you have in sailing, which is boat speed, tactics, boat handling, are all very relevant, except that it's all concentrated on a smaller time. Therefore, they become even more important.
Yes, absolutely. So this is a nice drone shot. It's about 4 minutes to the start. I think before the actual 2:40 actually, 2:40 minutes. Maybe we can go quickly to Ollie on the race course and see what he sees. Like it's like a little game. Ollie, do you hear us? Are you there? Can you tell us if the conditions have changed and what you see?
No, as you mentioned, conditions are more or less the same, and Tommaso is perfectly right, and even his analysis that it's less about getting the right shifts left or right. The wind is very, very stable. Some small puffs are getting in. So it's all about boat speed and the positioning at the starting line. And then it's really up to you to, if you have a good start, to keep the control. It's not that one side is extremely better than the others. And we just saw the race from Überling, and they did this perfectly right. Don't heading too much to the left or even to the right-hand side. It's all about keeping the boat speed and controlling the fleet. And I think this will be exactly the same now. So because the wind conditions are very, very stable, it's really champagne sailing. I'd rather be on the J70 now than on the Rip.
We're sure you would do that, and I'm sure Tommaso would also be rather be sailing.
We better be on the Rib instead than the van.
Thank you, Ole. We'll get back to you shortly. It's 1 minute to the start. When the wind is lighter, like it is a little bit now, how do you approach the start? You have more time to think and to position well.
Well, this is very small preparation because it's only 3 minutes of warning, 2 minutes in preparation. So pretty much everybody lines up where they want to start, and they come in with the jib rolled. So it's not the standard start that you will do with the big boat. Everybody takes their position based on what they think is going to be right, and then you want to maintain the gauge, which is the distance between the boat, as close as possible with the guy to windward. And this is why we see just now the blue boat tacking, trying to close that gauge, and for the guy to windward to keep it as high, as open as possible, because that gives you a clear lane, therefore clean wind, and the clean wind makes your boat go faster.
I think we're going to have many boats OCS.
Right now the blue is OCS already, and he's got no chance of coming back because it's getting pushed by the rest of the fleet coming back. Yes.
So the pink started, the purple started possibly over. Are they coming back? No, they're not.
No, they're not. I think
So
they
the
shoot
only
the
ones-
line. The only one was the blue,
Yeah.
which
so we
got
see the,
pinned too early, and the reason why
flag
it got
up,
pinned too early
and
was
the flag
exactly
is down. So
exactly what you mentioned, that he was trying to close the gauge to the guy in front and the guy to weather, and the guy to weather realized that he put his bow down and basically hooked him. So it's always a risky maneuver to do. Yes, you can gain by doing so, but you have to execute it perfectly, and you have to hope that your opposition is sleeping. The opposition wasn't sleeping.
was right there waiting.
Was right there waiting for the opportunity to present, and they used it.
So the Austrian are, but the Austrian, I mean, still too early to call it, but because
It's very early to call it, off the starting line, everybody's very, very even.
Close.
And very close, and it's very difficult to, if you do a call and then it proves to be wrong, you look like a stupid, so better not make calls initially.
No, you don't want to. Absolutely. Why is the purple boat going behind everybody? Why didn't they stay on the left?
They probably felt like they couldn't cross by the time they got to the ley line because they were down on the ladder.
Yes.
And so once you know that by the time you hit the ley line you cannot cross, you better bail out early and play the middle field, so at least you have clear lanes.
Play it safe.
And by doing that you kind of stay in clear breeze and leave your option open.
And now the Finnish are wondering if they should have followed them.
Well, the Finnish are trying hard, to squeeze before the ley line, and
they're talking to the other.
That's the name of the game. You need to be able to jump the other guy before you hit the ley line.
Yeah.
And if you don't hit the ley line at the right time and the other guy can block your attack, basically the guy to waiter is now controlling the game.
Yeah. So in fact we're seeing some
we still
on the pink boat.
We still don't see the color, but I think the red boat is now controlling this fleet of three. And now they taxi, they tack, and everybody follows because they probably already eye on ley line. Probably the red boat is on the proper ley line.
Already?
Or close to.
Close to. It was a good time for them to tack, so they
went for. They basically were controlling the game then,
Yes. Yes.
But like we said, there is always a bit of small advantage, especially in this light breeze, for the boat to leeward, which was the pink boat, which can slowly squeeze them up. So I would say right now they have a small advantage, but they don't have the power of the starboard tack advantage. So they have to make it work somehow. And it's always a thin line between being able to gain as much distance to the weather mark as you can,
lose the advantage of the
but be
starboard
able to
tack.
cross.
Yeah.
If you cannot cross, it
Fine.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Even
But it
if
looks
you
like it's tight here. So the pack from the
say
right
say the boat is 7 meter long, if you're 8 meter in front, then you're gold. If you're only 5 meter in front, it doesn't matter. You can tell the red boat was on ley line. See, they're approaching.
They were good, yes.
So they basically were controlling this small group of 3 boats on the left-hand side.
They did what they wanted to do.
But even so, they were not leading the race. The guy on the right were leading the race. Number 6.
The purple is the Royal Danish Yacht Club. Is now the first
In
one
4th
going
place.
downwind.
They were winning. They were winning the little battle on the left-hand side, but they were
not
losing the war
Yeah.
to the guy to the right.
Yes. The right was favored in this.
The right was favored. And like we said before, the 2 races from now, as soon as the breeze gets fickle and goes a bit to the right, there is some power in the right. It's not as straightforward as going to the left like it was this morning. You get a bit of sea breeze on top of it, and all of a sudden it's an open course, and you have to execute well, have clear lanes, have good speed.
So we're on the first downwind leg. Nothing can change for the leader. Is doing well. There is a little of a fight for second spot.
Absolutely.
And the wind,
Probably if you take the leader away, everybody can gain something by being behind and blocking the jibe of the other guy, you know? Like we can see here the red boat, which is the farther down to leeward there in control. She's in control of this fleet of 3 boats, 4 boats.
Yeah, so it's good for the Royal Danish Yacht Club. I don't think this bullet would really change their position. So this race is not so relevant for the top 4, but it is relevant for each team because they want to do well. Let's go to the water to Ollie and hear his opinion. And like you were saying, like now the right was actually the good side. Ollie, how was it this first beat?
Well, it was very interesting. I'm not 100% agree that the right-hand side really turned out so much better. You remember the start of the Royal Danish Yacht Club starting at the leeward at the pin-end side of the starting line, which was very risky. And when they saw that they are not able to control the fleet, they decided to head off through the middle of the course. They did more or less exactly the same than Yacht Club Überling did the race before. So the early jibe of the Royal Danish Yacht Club at the first upwind, first heading to the left, early tack, sorry, not jibe, early tack, goes through the middle of the course, and from that situation on, they were controlling the whole fleet, and all the 3 boats who went extremely to the left-hand side of the course. Remember, it was the Finnish team, and I think the French team as well. They couldn't make it through, and by that, the Austrians and the Danes, who were kind of in the middle of the race course, they took the lead, and I think the distance from the Royal Danish Yacht Club so far is about like 30 meters. And if they don't make any mistakes, and they should know exactly where to go, the race is definitely on their hands, and they are controlling it. The fleet is splitting up again. So some teams, the French teams, are heading off to the right. But now the Danish team is right in front of me. They are now tacking away. More or less the same strategy that they had the last upwind. A couple of 100 meters to the left-hand side and then goes through the middle back to the right-hand side of the course. And now I think they're in really perfect control of the whole fleet.
Yeah, it's a nice way of reading this. You're right. The Danish boat was actually on the far left, and then they had to tack, like you said, Tommy, because they were afraid not to be able to tack later on.
Yeah, I think a bit of what happened, you don't see it you think it's the race course, but the reality is that the first three boats, which had their own private battle, they were all pinching to try to squeeze the opposition off. And the guy on the red sail was trying to control them, but by doing so, they were sailing slower too. And while the other went to the right, had clear lanes, sailed full speed. And so it's the battle of these three on the left-hand side, which probably were pinching each other off, trying to win their private battle, who ended up being from fourth onwards, from third onwards. And just because the other could sail free air, it was their own private battle, which eventually make them win their own private battle but lose the war.
Yeah, this is what happened. We thank you, Ollie, from the water. See, when you are out there, you actually see things a little differently. You saw what we actually forgot, and it's exactly what happened in the beginning. So because it's about 2 p.m., I have a feeling that this might be our last flight, but let's wait until the end of this race, which will be the last one anyways of the 14th flight, which might be the last flight. So we might have already the top 4, but we don't know yet. Let's focus on this race. Beautiful regatta sailed by the Danish Yacht Club. They've done the perfect race.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like a blessing in disguise. They were on the top left, on the far left. They thought they wanted to be there, but they got worried, so they went behind everybody and ended up in the right place.
Yeah. Well, they knew they didn't have a chance to cross and clear before the ley line comes. And so they gave away the little ward they had between those 4 boats early on, so that if they're lucky, that the guy will keep on going straight to control each other. And they got a free lane, and from then on they sail free air, full speed.
They are requesting a protest.
Full speed.
They're requesting
the
umpire.
I think they jibe, they try to get inside on the guy in front.
You think? We want to talk to Ollie and see what happened. Ollie, did you see what happened? We saw a protest.
I think the blue boat trying to jibe inside the pink.
Ollie, are you there? What happened?
Yeah, unfortunately, I was not able to see because we were too far away. I didn't saw the situation, so we are following the Danish team, which is approaching to the finish line. But there's an interesting fight between the French and the Austrians. It's really close. So they're still fighting for place number 2 and place number 3. And I just heard from the race committee that this will definitely be the last race. So we're going to go directly into the final after this race. That means the overall standing, which we have now, which is the 14th flight complete, will be the standing for the final.
Thank you, Ollie. So this is what we thought also, and so that gives the Aeronautica Militare team a great advantage because they have their first bullet in the final series, meaning that they only have to win 1 race to be the winner of the 2020 Sailing Champions League final. Tommy, that's a great advantage while we're seeing the Danish crossing the finish line.
Yes.
For the Italians, right? Only 1
race. It is, even though if you look at the overall scoreboard, they finished the race with 6 points lead. So you would say that is unfair to them because they had 6 points and now they're back to 1. But the reality is that because whoever wins the first 2 races is going to win the event, they're halfway there.
Halfway there, which is important.
Yes.
So with them in the finale, it's the Segelun Motorboat Club Huberlingen from Germany and Akhmat National Sailing Team from Russia with Kurzlingen, I cannot say the first word, club from Switzerland. So we have 4 nations.
Kreuzlingen.
Kreuzlingen. Okay, we'll ask Ollie how you say it. But anyways, 4 nations and the top 4. But let's give some time to the finishing boats there. So well done to the Danish, followed by the Austrian, who also played a nice series. Very good series for the French as well. And too bad for the Finnish, ending in bottom position, because all in all, they had a very good series. They were in the top 4 at sometimes this week. So as soon as we can, maybe we can have the 4 teams that are actually getting through and that will be racing in the grand finale, which doesn't have a decisive number of races, but the number of races will depend on how many the winning team needs, because the first team who scores 2 bullets is the winner. So here we have the final leaderboard. As we said, Aeronautica Militare is leading. Doesn't matter what points, because they are going to be cancelled now, deleted. Then we have Segelund Motorboat Club Uberlingen from Germany. Then we have Akhmat National Sailing Team from Russia. And in the bottom of the top 4, it's Kreuzlingen. But doesn't matter that they're 4th. They will be playing at even points, 0, with the other ones. The only one with an advantage is the Italian. They already have one of those 2 bullets that they need to win the event. Nice format, very exciting. Don't you think, Tommy?
It is. I think the format of every modern racing is about the grand finale. You want to give importance to the grand finale. And I think that yes, of course, you need to give a bonus point to whoever wins the series, because the series is run by many races. So whoever has been most consistent deserve to be leading with something in his pocket. But on the same page, it leaves it open for a big surprise in the end.
Absolutely.
I think everybody wants to see a big surprise, except the Aeronautica Militare crew.
Absolutely.
But they will feel the pressure, even though they do have a point advantage, they feel the pressure that
sometimes you don't want to be the one.
It can be taken out. It can be taken out. So they will have to sail smart. I've seen the top 4 team. I've seen them sailing in different occasions. They all look very strong, very solid.
Very solid, yeah, very strong.
Very solid. So I think that they can be anyone winning this final series this afternoon.
So if the top 4 teams are going to be going on racing, it's the Sailing Champions League Final 2020. It's over for Team 5 to 27. So well done to Regatta Club Oberhofen, who is the first of the excluded.
Unfortunately tied on points with the Ford.
Tied on points and with a very, very nice series. I mean, 1 bullet, few to second, and the worst result is 1/6. So very well done by the Swiss team. Very bad luck for Club Nautico Arrecife, who was leading up until yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Yesterday morning.
And they came out only 3 points shy.
Yes.
They probably had too many bad races. Like they had good races, but if you look at them, their results are less consistent than their opposition. They've been a lot of
It's all about consistency. Huh?
A lot of up and down, They've been winning races, getting second, but then they have too many 6, 5 and 7.
They had 2 slips.
Yes.
And too many slips. And Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, with on board the Aussie winner of last year, David Chapman, they ended in 7th place. I'm sure they are disappointed by this result. They came in as one of the favorites, and it's too bad for them. I'm sorry. I can't avoid it, but to feel sorry for people like that. They're coming. They're among the favorites. They got the winning tacticians on board. The tactician of we've been talking too long for too long.
But anyway, you're only as good as your last regatta, so. the favorite tactician next
Your
year
cynicism, huh?
is gonna be the one
Never
who
stops to
wins
impress us.
this year. But having said so, no, it is tight competition. You don't have favorites. It can be anybody's race. It can be anybody's day. And you
Yes.
have to live with that. And this is what makes it so exciting and amusing to watch. And this is why people keep coming back and doing it.
Yeah.
Because if it was written at the beginning of the regatta, nobody will care.
But this, your sentence, you're only as good as your last race. I'm going to keep that in mind. okay?
Exactly,
It's going to
exactly.
be...
Is a very, very common say among sailors. You're only as good as your last race.
Yeah. And this is also, it means, I mean, it can apply to all these other teams who didn't make the top four, but there's only 4 top four.
There is only top 4.
And so everybody else is
5th and onwards.
5th and worse, exactly. So here they are, our top 4 teams. They're going to be jumping on the boats and get ready for the final races. So what would you I mean, we've seen them racing. What do you think it's the strong assets for a team with these conditions today? You have to be able to play.
They will sail 4 boats only, so it's going to be a bit more of a match race, less of a fleet race. So it's going to be more tactics between boats than we've seen up until today. Like today, you couldn't slow down too much to slow down another boat. You have to do your own race. Well, right now, with only 4 boats, they will match race. I wouldn't be surprised if the 3 trailing boats will be match racing the leading boat to make sure that he doesn't win the first point straight away.
Yeah, this is what Ollie was telling us this morning in our intro, that sometimes this is what happened, that the 3 boats, so
The 3
not
boats,
the Italians, the other 3 boats.
the other 3 boats will fight
make it
hard
hard.
to make sure that the Italian doesn't win straight away
So
after
he
one
loses that
after one
advantage.
race. Exactly.
And so the
So
Italians,
he loses that advantage. Once he loses that advantage to just one boat, it's almost like you're starting from scratch again.
it opens up the games. So before we go in a little small break, before we're back with the finals, Tommy, would you like to sit in the leading position at the moment, or would you rather be among the 3 other competitors?
No, I think a point is a point. I'll take it any day. And, for the Italian, I think they have to know their asset, their value, and not be afraid of going out and do a race. They've proven over the series that they can be at the top of the leaderboard, so they have to finish up a well-initiated job.
So with this, we'll let you go. A point is a point, and
A point
Tommaso
is a
would
point.
take it. See you in a little bit with the final. On the 3rd day of the Audi Sailing Champions League final, the wind was much more stable than on the previous days, coming at 15 to 20 knots from the northwest. Lots of ups and downs on the leaderboard today, with Aeronautica Militare jumping on the top position.
Didn't expect what we did so far, because unfortunately this year we didn't have the chance to sail the Lega. Tomorrow will be a different day because we had 3 days of strong wind, and tomorrow will be light winds. I will be ready for it.
For the teams, today's racing was all about boat handling and maneuvers, and getting one step closer to the cut for the final series among the top 4 clubs on Sunday.
We're disappointed. We're in 10th at the moment, and we should be doing a little bit better than that. It's our first time together as a team, and there's a few different styles on board, and we're just trying to come together as a group and just trying to work that out a bit better. This last couple of races have been good, but yeah, hopefully we can continue to improve and just sneak into the final somehow. We came to win.
Make sure you don't miss out on the final races and be live with us again tomorrow when the title of the Sailing Champions League winner 2020 will be awarded.
From the start, we've been saying it clearly. We have to act to protect the ocean, because human life depends on it. You are never too young to make a difference. More and more people are becoming aware of how much we can do when working together, adopting behavior to defend the environment. That's why we are spreading the ocean literacy, understanding the influence that the ocean has on us and how we affect the ocean is the first step to making a difference. Because in reality, we look at the sea without seeing it. We're not concerned about what is happening underneath the waves, because those problems are out of our sight, but those are the things that are seriously changing the possibilities of life on Earth. It's the accumulation of many pollutants and plastic waste. Acidification. It's the rising temperature. It's the reduction of marine habitats and biodiversity. The ocean and human beings are inextricably intertwined, but this doesn't seem to matter. The ocean also provides livelihoods for more than 3 billion people and has a huge economic value. If it were a nation, it would be the 7th largest economy in the world. We are ocean defenders, young but very determined to act, to deal with the emergency and really change the future of the planet. Every day, we commit to communicating, educating, raising awareness through sports, promoting scientific research. Carta Esmeralda is our code of ethics. We promote it to spread the commitment to protect the marine ecosystem in every activity. Only a change in each individual's behavior leads to a whole change. The knowledge of the problem leads to the awareness of wanting to change. We don't want our children to ask us in the future why we didn't do anything while we still had time. Today, although the time we have for change is running out, together we can meet this challenge.
The mighty ocean, we humans are filling it with loads of plastic garbage. 22,000 tons get dumped every single day. We humans are plundering it as if life underwater were endless. It is not. 32% of fish are caught beyond sustainability. We people are causing the most beautiful ecosystems to vanish quicker than ever before. 44% of all coral reefs are either collapsing or dead. And we are making all of this happen much too fast. But get this, it's not only about the ocean. This is about us. 3 billion people depend on marine biodiversity. We have to start with daily actions, and we better do it now, because the countdown has started, and it's ticking on our wrist.
What I like is that it's provided boats, it's all equal, it's empire on water, and it's many races, so a lot of action. I come from match racing and this is pretty similar. So I think it's a fantastic format.
I think the racing is really, really close. You always, because of the short courses, everybody's pretty close together and you need to fight for every meter. So it's very exciting to watch and to sail.
I think the Sailing Championship League is a great event. It's cool because women and men can sail together in a team, and it's cool to be here.
Winning obviously is the icing on the cake, but just taking part in it is fantastic.
Everyone has a great time. All of us want to come back next year.
From the start, we've been saying it clearly. We have to act to protect the ocean, because human life depends on it. You are never too young to make a difference. More and more people are becoming aware of how much we can do when working together, adopting behavior to defend the environment. That's why we are spreading the ocean literacy. Understanding the influence that the ocean has on us and how we affect the ocean is the first step to making a difference. Because in reality, we look at the sea without seeing it. We're not concerned about what is happening underneath the waves, because those problems are out of our sight, but those are the things that are seriously changing the possibilities of life on Earth. It's the accumulation of many pollutants and plastic waste. Acidification. It's the rising temperature. It's the reduction of marine habitats and biodiversity. The ocean and human beings are inextricably intertwined, but this doesn't seem to matter. The ocean also provides livelihoods for more than 3 billion people, and it has a huge economic value. If it were a nation, it would be the 7th largest economy in the world. We are ocean defenders, young but very determined to act, to deal with the emergency, and really
Welcome back in Porto Cervo for the Audi Sailing Champions League Final 2020. With me in the commentating booth, Tommaso Chieffi. Tommaso, we are getting ready for the first race of the final series of this amazing regatta. We've seen some great races today, the last flight. Now we're getting into the real thing, what we came for.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like the top 4 team were the 4 that would deserve to be in the final. We've seen them racing this morning. They're all very consistent. They have very good execution on every aspect of the race, from the start to tactics, boat speed, etc., etc. So whoever wins 2 races in this final is gonna win the full event. Of course, there is a small advantage to the guy on top of the leaderboard, which happens to be the Italian crew from the Aeronautica Militare, which starts with 1 point lead going into the final. It seems like also the conditions have changed this morning. In the morning we had fairly good breeze, and that then has been weakening and going right all day. So I think we'll watch a fairly light race this afternoon, but nonetheless it's going to be very exciting.
Before we get into the real deal of the racing, why don't we try and speak to Olli Schwall, the founder of the Sailing Champions League, who is on the water. Olli, plenty of ribs watching the races. It's the competitor of the other yacht clubs, right?
Absolutely. There are a couple of boats. All the teams who are unfortunately didn't make it to the final, they are on the water. They want to see the action, as well as our sailing fans on the internet following the races. It will be amazing. I mean, as you already mentioned, it's all about, in the first race now, for the teams from Germany, the team from Switzerland, and from Russia, to avoid another win for the Italians, because otherwise the final is over. So it will be a very interesting race, and I think the battle is already going on. And we will see what this race will give us, but wind conditions are perfectly. We have like 10 to 12 knots and constant conditions, so I'm very much looking forward for the race, which will start in a couple of seconds.
Thank you very much, Olli. So just for the people who are watching from home, the blue boat is Aeronautica Militare, is the Italian boat. They only need 1 win to win the whole event. The yellow boat is the Russian boat, Akhmat National Sailing Team. In the red boat, we have Uberlingen, and in the green, we have Kreuzlingen. So they're off, Tommaso. So the game here will be really not to make mistake, and we already have somebody who made a mistake, because we have an OCS.
I'm afraid. Yeah, okay.
It's the green, so it's the Kreuzlingen who is...
Okay, I was afraid. The blue was also very close to the start line.
Let's see but the flag didn't go down.
I think it could be the Aeronautica Militare. I looked at the start. I felt like they were bloody close to the starting line, so I'm hoping it's not.
So that's game off for them. For at least they're going to miss the advantage
Well, they're
win.
not returning now. I don't think so, because it's gonna be a race over anyway.
So somebody is still OCS there.
Yeah, I'm afraid it could be the Aeronautica Militare. We'll see. We'll see at the end of it. They were all very close, to be honest. All very close to the start line.
I wonder if they know. Do you know when you're in that position?
You can guess. You can guess based on the other boat position. But it could easily be 2 boats, you know. So maybe you're close to another boat. You think that you were on par, and all of a sudden it's 2 boats being over. And you don't realize. No, you don't realize necessarily.
But do you think they will let them know at the first mark?
No, I don't think so, because it's not a black flag, so they will continue racing, and that's it.
Okay.
At this stage, everyone has to try to win the race, because that's what really counts. Aeronautica Militare, if it was them being over the line, tough luck, but they still have another chance of coming back.
I tell you what, Tommy, we have some advantage being in the commentating booth, and from the race committee, they have just told us that the OCS was both yellow, so the Russian. So the Italians didn't lose the 1 point advantage, so they're still racing to win this race, and they have an extra advantage. So they have 1 boat who is OCS, so it's a race between 3, so they only have to be ahead of 2 boats. And one of these two boats was actually had to come back in, was OCS.
Yeah.
So, but they're not doing well anyways. They're in second.
Well, they're in second position.
So we don't have to look
and
at the yellow anymore.
actually, they're leading the race.
So it's still too early.
It's still way too early. You know, we discussed it before, and even this morning, conditions are very light. Anything can happen, and we've seen the lead trading forward and back between the competitor. It all depends on the shift, and of course, we're relying on a tracking system, which is accurate at 95% of the time. But then it doesn't take much of a shift one way or another to change the outcome of a match. Anyway, good news.
For
the Italian were not over.
And bad news for the Russian.
Bad news for the Russian. I personally, you know, first sight, I thought the blue was very close and didn't think the yellow. Anyway, but,
it's always a matter of having the best start you can without being OCS. So
exactly.
They nailed it this time. They made it right. Well done to them.
Yeah.
Does it change anything strategically, racing in 4 boats or in 7 boats?
Well, yeah, I think it's a bit more of a match race, because you know where is your position, and you can match race another boat a bit harder than you can do on a fleet race where the boats are more.
First cross.
First cross. There is the pink boat Libau taking a Libau on Aeronautica Militare. Aeronautica Militare, I think, is advanced enough that they can probably leave all the way up to the mark. And possibly the red boat might left them to make sure they go behind them.
I think they're holding on, huh? They're staying there, the blue boat.
The blue boat is staying there for sure.
Yeah.
But they will be on the outside, you know, so, I mean, it's still the advantage to the right boat, slightly. And so, actually, Italian are in second place, and
they're external.
And the German are winning the race.
Yes.
So far.
Yes, Uberlingen is winning the race.
But they don't know. They don't know, you know.
They don't know.
So in the back of their mind is
they're
still
second and third.
Oh, they've told the Russian that they were over. So now they have a fair race, because they know that it was not them. And I think it was a good call to call the Russian out, because at least now the Italian know that if they want to win the event, they have to go
one boat
for
ahead.
a full-on match race, because the other guy returned back. So the other guy is out of contention anyway. So it's going to be a full-on match race between first and second here.
It's going to be interesting, Tommy.
I think it's going to be very good to watch. Very good to watch.
Do we want to go to Ollie on the water and see where he's at, and if he's following also the match race for this race? Ollie, are you there? Are you following the match race between the 2 boats?
Yeah, indeed. The situation is, as you just mentioned, it's really a match race between the Italians and the Germans, because now they have all in their hand, the Germans, to avoid another win for the Italian teams. So unfortunately, the Swiss guys, they had a pre-start, as well as the Russians, as we already saw. They pulled them out. So it's only these 2 boats. So far, it's a good lead of 1 boat's length for the German. But, you know, there's still a long way to go, and they will know definitely Italians will attack, but the Germans will try to keep the distance of at least 1.5 boats lengths. So it's a pure match race, and this is what this final system makes it so interesting. So the Germans have to win. If they're going to win this race, they have a win in as well. And that means after that we have 2 teams who can make the overall win, which is Italy and Germany. I don't think that Kreuzlingen will get any chance to get into the race back, because the distance between them and the Italians are already like 30 to 40 meters. So it's all about these 2 teams.
Thank you, Ollie. So this is what we're seeing, and this is some good old match racing, Tommy.
Yes.
We like this very much.
It will be interesting to see what happens at the gate now. I think that the Germans are opting for the safe move, which is take the port gate and keep starboard tack advantage. And of course, with the course being the way it is, we've seen before that there isn't such an advantage to the left. So it's going to be, they probably be tacking across the middle of the course.
They're changing the course, so there's a Charlie flag.
Yeah.
something will change at the top mark, but there's no need to lay down a new mark, because in Sailing Champions League they lay already three marks.
More
They're going to
marks.
just change the color. I think we're going to the red mark now.
Correct.
Thank you.
Red mark, you said?
Yes.
I think I've seen a yellow.
So maybe now it was red and they're going for the yellow now.
I've seen a yellow, to be honest.
I trust you more than myself, Tommy.
Anyway, it seems like, I don't know, I looked at the angle coming out at the bottom, and it seems to me that the wind might have shifted right a bit more. So I think that Germany probably gone around the right gate, the closest to the wind. It seemed like they increased slightly their lead, but like we said before, in this light condition, anything can happen. It doesn't take much of a shift of a pressure to change the game. So far, looking at it, it seems the Italian are getting very soft. I still see the German moving nicely there, but that's from a camera.
And
so
by changing the mark to the yellow
wrong.
one, which is a little bit more on the right, the right mark at the gate was a little favored in terms of distance as well.
I believe so. I believe so.
So the German will have to...
They have extended their lead,
Yes.
and that's the way it looks. It seems like it's now 50-meter advantage. I believe that because it seems like there is a big gap.
Which is
now.
fantastic at the end of the day, because we're going to get one match race here and possibly another match race there.
Yeah.
But also look at the Swiss team, the green boat. They're coming back because they also went to the right mark.
Yes.
So that left mark at the gate was now we can say it was a mistake for the Italians. They should
Yeah,
have gone trailing down.
they could have trailed the other
Trailed
boat
after,
and start attacking duel right away. That would have put the German boat in doubt whether to continue to attack duel or extend to one side. And always when you extend to one side, you're putting your hands in the
And of
hands
course,
of God. And
the Italians go right, but the German are attacking to control.
yeah, now they have a comfortable lead. They don't need to go into attacking duel. It would have been different, like we said, that the Italian follow close around the port gate and then stuck right away. Then that would have ensued the attacking duel, and that would could have come either way. By taking a split decision and with possibly a shift to the right, the Italian pretty much gave away the possibility of winning this one, I think.
Which was kind of, well, it's easy to say it now from the commentating booth, but I mean, since there was a Charlie flag with a right shift.
Well, they would have known anyway coming into the bottom that there was a right shift, because they would have made the ley line easier, whatever. So at the end of the day, they took that decision. They thought it was the right decision to take. You know, it's always it's always a judgment call. You could go across the wrong gate thinking the wind might go left. We should ask them what they've seen on the race course. You know, we don't know from here.
You're often in that position, and I'm often in this position.
We can only guess what went on,
and we can only discuss about their decision.
Exactly.
But it's much harder to be there and make the call.
Absolutely.
You know that, I'm sure.
Absolutely. You play the odds. You know, you say, okay, I'm trailing. You will be trailing. We will control you by attacking on you all across the beat, and you're gonna lose, or you take a chance and split. And of course, by splitting, your chances are 50-50.
And this was a very nice mark rounding by the Germans, comfortably in the lead.
Yes.
And
this will bring the German one on par, tied with the Italians.
And in the next race, there'll be 4 boats racing. Hopefully not OCS, so it will be a 4-boat race, and you know, maybe another match race between the 2 boats with a bullet.
Possible. That's an option, right?
Or we'll have another winner and then a 3.
But to be honest, if it was a full-on match race, disregarding the other 2 and not counting the fact that you have to win the race, not just to finish ahead of the competition. I mean, don't forget that wins the event whoever wins 2 races.
Yeah.
And is not finishing ahead of your opposition like in a normal racing. You have to win the race.
You got to win it. There's no second, third, or fourth in this case.
No. So yes, you could do it and give the possibility of a turbo to be winning a race, and then it becomes it's still a match race between the first two.
Yeah, well, it's not a match race here. I mean, it is, but too far away to be.
No, they're too far away.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
The Uberlinger are comfortably going to win
80 meter lead.
Yes, they're comfortably going to win this. And so what would you do if you were in the Aeronautica Militare boat? You would already start thinking about the next race?
No, you still try to win this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You never give up until you're over?
No, I mean, they know it's over, but they're still looking for signs on the water of more pressure, more puff, possibility to overcome the disadvantage, eventually come on starboard tack advantage. This is why I think the Italian jibed early, because if they take a puff, a stronger puff, they can come back and eventually have a starboard tack advantage and give them a penalty. That would be their only chance. Of course,
the German jibed back.
It's a very slim chance. We're still talking 60 meter. So it takes a big puff to overcome 60 meter.
Take a typhoon, probably.
Or the other one sinking, or crashing against the whale, or.
No, many whales around.
No, and we cannot do it because we're one ocean, so we don't crash against whale anyway.
No, we don't, definitely. And we won fair racing. So, well done to Zegelen Motor Club Berlingen. And they haven't crossed the finish line yet, but I'm quite confident they will be doing it soon. And, well, let's just hope for a non-OCS later in the next race. It seems to me it might be shorter races. What do you think, Dominic?
Well, it's only 4 boats, so it's going to be a shorter start line, a shorter course, because you don't need to spread the fleet so much around. You can accomplish with shorter courses, which makes more hectic on crew work, more importance on the start.
Yes, so bravo to Uberlingen. Very nice. Very, very well done. They're happy. They got that one win they needed to be even with the Italians.
Yeah, I think Aeronautica Militare played very safe. They started from the right of the box, and they kind of didn't want to take big risk.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, when you're not taking too many risks, it's when you're risking the most.
Yeah, I just hope that Nicolò and the guys on Aeronautica Militare, they don't get too frustrated now, and they keep their focus. And I mean, it's just one race, so it didn't go their way.
You have to keep it cool, but the fact that it's not over after one race is also good for us, for the spectator, for the commentator.
Absolutely. We want to keep on going.
If the Aeronautica Militare had won that one, you will be without a job already.
That's a nice way of looking at it. But I was just telling from a psychological point of view that it would be unfortunate for Nicolò.
All the pressure is going to be on the Italian team for sure, because
when you are out there and you have an advantage, like a significant advantage, because one bullet out of 2, one win out of 2, I mean, that would have been amazing.
They came out on the scoreboard with the 6 points lead.
It can be frustrating.
They came out on the first race with 1 point lead.
Yeah.
All they needed was to win one.
So they probably thought they already had it in the bag. Also after the Russian OCS.
But it's yacht racing.
It's yacht racing, yeah.
It's not over until it's over.
I don't know why we're into yacht racing. It's so stressful.
I understand other sport like soccer are the same.
Are they all the same?
Well, the psychological aspect of it is always important in sport.
But look at this. I mean, you're not in a football field. You're in beautiful Costa Smeralda with sunshine, with the sea breeze, in nature. And, I mean, this is what is beautiful about sailing.
Yes, of course.
You are one thing within nature. It's the wind itself that pushes you. And that is stressful, yes. But like you say.
Yeah, in sailing, you have to play with a certain degree of uncertainty, which is what is the wind going to do. And
you don't have lines on the ground.
No. But I believe it's the same in any other sport. What is your opposition team going to do? How are they going to play? Are they going to play defense? Are they going to play attack? And,
yeah,
it's always an equation with many variables.
Many, yes. We're getting ready for the second race of the final series. This is the committee boat of Yacht Club Costa Smeralda, the club who's hosting this amazing event. How did we get here, Tommy? So we had 27 teams coming from 27 different yacht clubs in Europe. They had 14 flights over 3 days, actually 4 if you consider this morning. The top 4 are the ones who are racing now. You want to know how many matches?
Is 56 races.
Yeah, 56 races.
56 races, which is
That's a lot of races.
Yes.
Poor committee and umpires. But anyways, it was very nice. It was open until the very last race. Who would be in the top 4 group of teams who would come here and race in the final series?
Well, up until the 8th place, we said that they were all within a very few points. I mean, anyone up until the 8th place could have got into the semi-final. And this tells you, actually up until the 9th, I would say, and that tells you how close the racing has been after 56 races.
Yeah, amazing.
All the crew were separated by very few points.
And now we're here, and in the final series, you basically forget about what you did in the qualifications round, and all that you care about is actually winning a race, because the first one who gets 2 points, so 2 races win, gets the trophy. Can put their hands on the silver trophy.
It's different from any other race, because in any other race, when you're tied on points, all you have to do is beat your opposition. You not only have to beat your opposition, you have to win the race, which makes it even more tricky.
Let's go on the water to Ollie and see what is going on and if the starting procedures are about to start. Ollie, to you.
Yes, I mean, we saw that during the last race there was a shift to the right, and it was even worse now because we have now probably something of northern winds. So the race committee needs to lay out a new course. We remember that the upwind mark was shifted to the right, but the new mark, it will be a white one, will be even more to the right, and even the starting line and the leeward gate needs to be laid out new. This is why we have a little bit of waiting time until everything is prepared, because this opened up a completely new chapter. Everything we learned so far from the race course, you know, the tendency of the day was it's not really the left-hand side who pays out like the days before. I think this trend of slowly heading to the right, this is exactly what was affected all the races before. And right now, I think this is what the forecast said. We have a kind of north to northwest wind. I think it goes back to north, and this is why we have a little bit more time. The teams are preparing themselves, getting familiar with the boat, with the trim, and keeping the focus, because the next race is to come. And again, now we have 2 teams who have it on their hand, Germany and Italy, to get one more win in. But again, we shouldn't forget the Russians and the Swiss teams who had a great performance over the whole 4 days of sailing here. Even they have a very realistic chance to win a race. As you just mentioned, it's all about winning in these final series.
So we understand now why the delay. Thank you, Ollie. And how would you interpret this big shift to the right, Tommy?
Well, I believe it is gradient breeze somehow, which is drifting it to the right. It can happen here in Porto Cervo. It becomes very tricky because sometimes you have the westerly trying to fill in again and fighting against the north. It's one of the most difficult conditions that we face it when this happens. And so the race committee will have to keep their eye open. Of course, Edoardo Recchi knows the area very well and is in good company for the people to set the best possible course and have the fairest of the race, because in the end is what we want to have. But like I said, it could be tricky. It's going to be eyes wide open. Probably tactics play a big part of it right now. Looking not just on the short course that these guys are sailing on, but looking a few miles out to see whether there is new wind coming from the west coming in, or is it going to stay northerly.
And does that changes anything in the tactics of the races?
It does a bit, and
how?
You know,
how
I still believe even in a northerly breeze here in Sardinia, you go left. So say that, but it could be that if the two winds are fighting, you get a big shift into the left, but probably less breeze, and probably stronger breeze up to the north, therefore on the right-hand side. So, I mean, unfortunately here we're not on the water, so it's very difficult to judge it from here.
But looking at it, looking at what's going on the race committee, we can see that they're still not sure of the direction, of the wind direction.
No, they are. They will need, of course, some time, because they need to relocate the whole course, which means they need to move the pin mark farther ahead to accommodate for the shift in the breeze. They need to take the 3 top marks and move them to the right, or use the farther right of the 3, but I doubt that is going to be enough, because they started sailing this morning probably.
They're anchoring another one.
Anchoring another one. They probably started this morning at 270, 280, then it shifted to 290, 300. Probably was like 320 in the last race, and then now they're probably seeing more like 360 or even 1020, which is fairly normal here in the Straits. I used to sail with Checco Bruni. I used to tell him that this area, Porto Cervo, reminds me a lot of Auckland, where you don't like the weather, wait a minute. This makes it a very interesting race course, because you can never say never. And you always have to keep your eyes open, because it's very variable. It can change. Yes, there are guidelines and set rules, but even so, you need to keep your eyes very open.
We're now on board with the Uberlingen Yacht Club, and looks like they're going up on the race course, probably trying to see something that might help them in the future. And what a beautiful sailing boat! What a beautiful yacht back there.
Yeah.
With the is that the Malta flag?
I think so. Yes, it is a Malta flag.
Yeah, beautiful boat.
I think I should know the name, but to be honest, I forgot.
It's okay.
Anyway,
it's just a beautiful sight, not uncommon for these waters.
No, it's normally more of those.
Very many, yes. And so we were saying Uberlingen is going up, the kind of testing.
Yeah, they're testing the water. They want to see whether there is shift or not. You can do it both ways. You can do it like the Aeronautica Militare is doing, the staying next to the starting line and watching the clues of the wind up the course to see whether there is any change. And the other way of doing it is you just sail upwind, you do 2-3 minutes on one tack, then tack over. And of course you don't want to go too far away, because the race committee can decide to go for a race anytime. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I believe in a final like this, the race committee is always going to wait for the four competitor. So I wonder if they have radio on board and they've been advised on the intention of the race committee to start at any given time.
Does it get frustrating to be on a boat in a time like this, or you just take it as part of the game?
Well, it's part of the psychological pressure, to be honest. I mean, you have to deal with it. So often, you know, in racing, you go out on the race course and then the condition change and you wait. And then finally at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, race starts. And you have to keep your focus, concentrate and do the right things when it counts, you know. Of course, you tend to relax and lose interest in what you're doing, but you need to keep your focus on and be ready when it matters.
Yes. So we were saying, and we're on board, and they look bored, maybe. Just no, are they bored? No, they're just waiting.
No, I think they're waiting. You know, also the angle of the camera is not very
helpful.
Very helpful. You don't understand the body language, but I think everybody is really concentrated. We're on board with the Russian crew right now. I bet they're disappointed because they jumped the gun, but on the same page, they know that they can still win 2 races and win the event. So I wouldn't count them out.
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't count
we don't count anybody out.
The Swiss out. You know, it can be that the pressure mounts for the top 2 teams and they do mistakes, and somebody else is going to take a good chance out of it.
And then it's a beautiful day to be out there waiting for a race change.
Yeah, I don't think they're bored. They're just learning, studying the race course, trying to understand which way to go and preparing for it. They're probably discussing on
where to go,
what to expect and how they want to play
it looks like they're not discussing at all on this boat.
Well, no,
there's no talk.
No.
But like one thing difficult to understand for non-sailor, and even for myself, who I'm not like a pro sailor, is that the match. I mean, we only think that you are racing when you're racing, but probably you're racing all day out there.
Yeah, pretty much, because there is, like we said, this sailing is an equation with many variables, and understanding the weather is one of the most valuable variable you can take into account. And so you're pretty much spotting the water surface and the signs from the smoke and the other boats sailing to understand what is it that is coming. And the more you're on top of what you expect that is coming, whether it's rotation due to the sea breeze developing or the sea breeze dying and going back to gradient pressure, etc., the more on top of your game you are, you can have a good game plan for the racing. And then, of course, having a good game plan doesn't mean that the game plan is going to go according to your plan, but at least you try, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any nice stories about sailing in this area? So what's your favorite win in this for this yacht club, in this yacht club?
Well, I've sailed so many that it's hard to remember how many I did. But what I know is that it's always...
Oh, look, Tommy, sorry to interrupt, but 3 minutes ago is going up.
Yeah, seems so like they're ready to go for the 3 minutes. Here they go, 3 minutes.
But tell me just quickly, what's your favorite regatta you ever done here? Quickly, yeah? Because I don't want to leave the people out home hanging with...
Well, I'll say that probably the first important win done here was with the yacht Sayonara back in 1997 when we won the Maxi Awards. And
Sayonara was a very important
it was owned by Larry Ellison, and we're facing the competition of Russell Coutts and Team New Zealand on Asso Plattner boat, and we eventually beat them. So for us, it was a good win.
And it was what brought you to Auckland with Oracle Racing.
Exactly.
So that was your ticket to Auckland.
That was
Oracle.
my ticket to Auckland 3 years later.
So let's go back to the race, and it's 2 minutes to go. I think we should go to Ollie if he's there on the water. Ollie, are you there? What do you see?
Yes, we have 2 more minutes to go. It took a while until the race committee laid out the proper course, but now it's perfectly laid out into the wind direction. So we have a new mark. They go for the white one, which is perfectly in wind direction. And the teams are, you can see that they are nervous, everybody knows that it's an important race. The Swiss and the Russian, they definitely will look at the Germans and the Italians. But again, it's not a match race, so you have to make sure that you're going to win, because otherwise, if one of the 2 others from Germany or Italy win, then it's over. But the wind conditions are quite good. I mean, the strength of the wind is more or less the same. Direction looks stable to me. If I look up, I think I would agree on your analysis that the wind shifts so far to the right. I don't expect any more righties now to come, so probably I would heading off to the left-hand side, but this will be something we're going to see in approximately 1 minute. And the teams are lining up. The Russians, they want to start at the very pin end, and the Germans decided to start close to the starting vessel. There's still like 30 seconds to go. But the very, very short starting line, so there's enough space for 4 boats, but not too much. And there's a kind of, fight between Switzerland now going on and the Germans. Do they open up the gate? Yes, they do. Now last seconds are running, so the Russians are trying to squeeze in. It can be pretty risky, but hopefully they're going to make it over the ley line. Another pre-start, this will definitely very, very costly, so they will be all very careful. But I can see the boats are lined up really close to the race course, to the starting line, and now the last seconds are going on. Now all jibs are rolled out, and now they're heading off to the start. But the Russians, I'm not sure if they can make it. It's really tough. So a really good start, definitely from the Germans and from the Switzerland teams. The Russians made it happen to squeeze in. And so no pre-start, all clear. A good start finally from the Russians, because now they have all space to go to the left-hand side of the course. Will be very interesting to see what's going to happen. And back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Olli. So, Tommy, we've seen yet another start like that for the Russian. They always start the same way.
They like the concept. They like the concept. I think they're right calling it, because in fact that's normally the way to go. Even if the wind has shifted now to the north, they probably have better breeze on the left, and so they try to start to as tight as possible to the opposition. A short line favors that anyway. I think the German did well to start on the right, because at least they could control the other 3 boats. But I think it could very easily be.
Wow, that was close.
It could be very easily that the Russian get this one if the wind doesn't shift any further to the right.
They have a nice advantage over the Germans.
Yes. They don't forget, this guy had to clear their air from the Russian, which by sailing very close to the pin, they could squeeze them out. And basically, they done 1 tack less than everybody else,
Yeah, but we're now seeing the Swiss going far left.
Far left. Probably there isn't a lot of room left to the left, because I believe they're probably fairly close to the ley line. What the Russians are trying to do are trying to control the German and the Italian.
And not to let them win the second point.
And keep an eye on the Swiss boat. In case anything happens, if they see the Swiss boat gaining from the left, they can always go from the right and close the door in front of them. They still have a decent advantage of 16 meters that they can make it work for them. So it's basically trying to play their odds.
Yes.
So that is a win-win situation. They don't lose from the 3rd and 4th, but they keep an eye on the second.
The other ones. But we'll see. It's difficult. It's not match racing where you only have to fight with 1 boat. It's not fleet racing, because you don't want to let not any of the 2 boats, neither of the 2 boats win this.
But you see, by the German tacking and going left, they're basically making a bit the game of the Russian, because the only thing the Russian had to be afraid of was the Swiss coming strong from the left-hand side. So the German, by going left, are securing the position of the Russian in front of the Swiss.
Sure.
If you know what I mean. But if they kept going right, maybe the Russian, if the German had kept going right, the Russian would have had to cover, opening the chance for the Swiss to come into the game.
So actually, the German
did
a favor to the
Russian, I believe, yes. But Aeronautica Militare is on his own there, and now they're claiming that they're leading the race.
But they're too far away.
By 10 meters. We'll see.
They might be in ley line already.
Yeah, they might. The Italian might even be overstood from where.
Overstood means way over.
No, not way over, but just above the ley line. We'll see.
Which is good to be, or not?
No, you want to be on ley line, otherwise you sail extra distance.
Okay.
And now that they're converging, see now that
they're not far.
No, they're not far. They're not far.
All of them.
Yeah, the Russians still leading.
Is it going to go the Italian or
Italian
the,
has got starboard tack advantage, so I doubt that the German will try to squeeze in there. No,
okay,
they're not.
So they're going second.
Yes, Italian are in second.
And the German in third, but very close. And we've seen that in the downwind, that distance is not too much.
No, like if you do a good job of
especially staying in
keep it
turn,
strong inside. This is why. See, this is why the
or
Russian
if you are
jibed early.
faster to pull up the
The Jenneker, you can
then,
gain some
yeah.
inside.
They
But
went left. What would you have done?
well, I think the Russian didn't want to be pinned on the port lay line by going straight. So what they did an early jibe to shake the Italian off their tail. The Italian are following closely. They want to give them an hard time and see if they can roll on one of the jibe. The Russian probably have beaten them on this jibe, and you can see because they're bow well ahead on them, but they could be vulnerable on the next jibe when they jibe back.
Do you think they feel confident on that side of the race course as well? Because the Swiss who went on the other side didn't finish that well because they're very behind.
I think to be honest, I think the way that the German and the Swiss are going, I normally prefer in normal sailing condition. But we've seen today that a lot of changes happen because of different pressure around the race course. So I wouldn't put my hand on the fire to say yes, they went the wrong way or the right way.
So if the Russians win this race, which are still very far from calling close because we're on the first downwind, then we will be in a situation where we have 3 teams with 1 win, meaning that the first to win the second time is the winner.
But
This is what we would like.
You could go to a 5th race potentially.
Potentially, yes.
You could
If
go
the
to a
Swiss come
5th
back
race.
and win,
If
this
the
or the
Russian
next
wins
race.
this one and the Swiss win the next one,
Absolutely. We'll have a
you could
tie.
go to a 5th race.
Absolutely. Which is the maximum races that you can get.
Exactly.
And would make it very interesting.
Right
But
now, I would
let's,
say that the German has taken the Aeronautica Militare, or at least they have starboard tack advantage. Actually, they have port. Italian has starboard tack advantage, but they're very close. They're like bow to bow, very close to the gate. They probably go split gates. Like the Italian will take the left gate on the screen, and the German would no. They're trying to go inside.
They want to go on the right.
Yeah, they were trying to, but the Italian closed the door on them. The Italian closed the door on them.
And why are the Russian going left?
Maybe because they like the left. Maybe
because
it was closer to the breeze. God knows.
Well, if you don't know, Tommy, there's no way that I can
God knows.
understand. But so we're going to see a little split there between the Russians and the Italians. The Germans
I'm surprised.
to trail behind.
I'm surprised of the German move.
Why? They don't want to miss the. They don't want to
Well,
lose
they probably
Italians.
think the right is good. They didn't want
the Italians to go away.
Remember the previous race when the Italians split on
And they made
the
a
wrong
mistake,
gate,
yeah.
and all of a sudden they were 60 meters behind. By doing like this, the German are keeping it close, and if they keep it close, it's a 3-boat tie. You know, they could be close to the
It's
Russian.
still open. Yes.
Maybe they get the Russian. No, they don't. The Russian is well ahead.
Yeah, probably of the Italians too.
Yeah.
But the Italians do have the starboard tack advantage.
Yeah, and they're only 6 meters behind. So there
Well, see, it's still open. Wow, I mean,
there was probably some advantage to the left-hand gate looking downwind. If you look at the gain that the Aeronautica Militare has done,
we'll see.
yes.
But I don't think they'll be.
No,
they're not too close.
No, the Russians still got a very strong lee bow.
Yes.
Still got a very strong
This
lee
is
bow.
what the camera angle make you.
Yes, it's very
get
elusive.
wrong.
It's
Yeah.
very elusive.
Very
But they made some gain. I mean, they were farther behind than they are now. Probably the Russian go left-hand gate simply because they like the left-hand.
They're not that far behind.
They like the left-hand corner, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they keep
tucking
going.
to
They
a-
keep going that way because it's been proven right for them often and often, and they keep doing it. You get confident with what you're doing, and you just play your odds.
And gives you a boost of confidence, and
you don't worry about
yeah,
the course. You know, you just sail the boat fast. It's still a very short course. You know, it's never much leverage between the boats. I mean, you need a big shift to make it work one way or another. Otherwise, if it's steady breeze, there isn't much in it.
Somehow they brought it back into a kind of a match race.
Yes.
And the two other boats, the Swiss and the German, are far behind at the moment.
Yeah.
If the tracking is right.
And I think the tracking is right. I think this is the reason why the German were trailing the Italian. There was probably a shift to the right.
To the right, and there is definitely now.
And there is definitely now Aeronautica Militare is well ahead of the
Yeah, let's see if our look now 4 meter. Let's talk to Ole, who's on the water. Ole, we're getting crazy here. We don't understand what's going on wind-wise.
No,
What is out there?
I think Italians got them. I think the Italians got the Russian.
Where is the wind coming
you're
from, Ole? What's
perfectly
going
right.
on?
I mean, it was interesting the split after the leeward gate that the Italians decided to head off to the right. This was the right call, but the Russians, they covered. I think they still have 1.5 meters advantage. So they're still in the lead, but it's very close. And even the Germans, who decided to go at the very end of the upwind course to the left-hand side, they're closing the gap to the Italians as well. So now they are rounding the mark, led by the Russians, but it's not a proper lead. I really think these guys are under huge pressure. Now it's all about the Italians are immediately behind them. So this will definitely be a very, very interesting match between the Russians and the Italians. But the Russians are still, you see, they are nervous. Now they are jibing away. Honestly speaking, I don't know why they are doing this, because they're already more or less on the ley line, not really ley line, but the better course to the finish line, which is going to happen now. They're jibing away. I think it's a big risk, because this right-hand side turned out to be good after the leeward gate. But right now, jibing away, taking the full risk, and attacking in the leading position is something I wouldn't have done. But however, the Germans are like 2 boat lengths behind the Italians. So from my point of view, this race is all about the battle between Russia and Italy. And back to you guys.
Thank you, Ole. That top mark was very similar to the previous top mark.
Yeah, I think what the Russian are concerned, the Italian were very close behind them, and they thought if they'd done a good job, they could have rolled them on the jibe, and this is why they opted to go early jibe, so at least they got starboard tack advantage, and they can always come at the cross with the Italian having the power of the starboard tack advantage. And I think this is why they did it, unless they saw pressure from the right-hand side. That could be another reason why they went so early. But they done it in the previous run too, and it seems to be paying off for them. I mean, they still got a small advantage, they still have starboard tack advantage, so on and on. I think it was, even though I know Ollie didn't like it.
And it looked risky.
Yeah, I think, but on the same page, they could have been more at risk by going straight with the Italian trailing right behind them.
Yeah, I mean, and rolling them.
And rolling them on the jibe, you know. I think this is what they were
crossing now.
This is what they were thinking. They said, okay, we're gonna take the split, but retain the starboard tack advantage, which is what they did. Now they didn't match the jibe because there is probably much time left on port. They're probably almost laying on starboard or very close by. And so they crossed in front, and they decided to keep that advantage by crossing in front. They're going to jibe in front of the German boat. And they're probably laying to the finish line.
So the Germans are already in ley line, so they...
Yeah, I think they're laying. I think the Russian will win this one. I
think so too.
I mean, the Italian have a small chance because they will come with starboard and inside, but
so let me look at it.
But they're still 12 meters behind, you know. No, I think it's gonna go. It's gonna go to the Russian. It's gonna go to the Russian.
Well played by the Russian. I mean, they took some risk over this.
Yeah, but you know.
Yes, very close.
Very close.
And the Italians are second, I think, and the Germans are third. So
the tracker is a bit elusive. At times it shows you that the Italian were 12 meters behind from the aerial shot
but
we
it was
had.
less than that.
From the aerial shot we had, look less than that, and in fact it was less than that. It was probably more like 5 meters.
Nice
5
comeback
meters.
from the Russian, from the OCS. This is what you need to boost your
and
energy.
the Italian played very well too. I mean, they played aggressively. They tried to stay out of phase, and they almost got, they were less than half a length, probably a quarter of a length behind the Russian in the end.
So I have to say, because I always like the psychological side of things, the Italians got twice in second place by very little meter, very few meters. Will this play hard on them?
No, I don't think so. I think they're finishing consistently second because they're a good team. And
True. There's another way to look at it.
And they normally, they never finish third. Put it this way.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough to win. I mean, in my opinion, they've been playing very conservatively since the start. And they need to up their game a little bit, take a little extra risk now, turn the knob on a little more. The volume on the speaker has to go up slightly, because for sure they have the speed and they have the ability to make it work for them. But they need to up the risk level a bit. Right up until now, I've seen them playing very conservatively and probably a bit too much. This is why they keep finishing second.
I think they
never finish fourth.
Yeah.
But they never win.
But the problem is now they don't need to be conservative anymore, because now it's all about winning.
Exactly.
And you try to do your best.
Yeah.
Did you win or it doesn't matter?
Yeah.
So
right now, 3 crew can win it.
Maybe push
in the next race.
Some maneuvers that can end up in a penalty as well would be worth here.
You're right.
Either you win the penalty.
I think another thing I've looked at it is the Germans and the Russian always tend to play the ends of the starting line, while the Italian is always in the middle. That's another conservative move.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's another conservative move. They don't want to play one way or another. They want to stay in the middle. They're confident they can do with the boat speed, with the crew handling, and etc. But the other crew are not weak. No. And therefore it takes a little extra to win this one.
Otherwise they wouldn't be here playing in the final.
Exactly. The other crew are not weak. So you need
to step up your game and take some risk. And we'll see if the Italians will do it. We know the Russian, they do it. We've seen them do it.
The Russian, we've seen them. They very consistently want to start from the pin. They try their hardest to start from the pin. Even now that the wind has shifted, even now that the ride sometimes pay, they have that mental scheme in their mind is win the pin, light air, extend enough, take the first shift, come back, and then play conservatively from there. The Italian have been a bit more in the mix. I think that the way the Italians started in the last race, I would have never thought they could end up second, so close to the first. So in my opinion, in my opinion, they have the speed and the knowledge of the boat to pull this one out of the 8, but they need a little extra aggression to make it.
Let's see if they have it.
And the German are good.
There too.
They are there too. They're not far off.
No.
They're not far off.
I wouldn't say that at all. The only ones that haven't shined in this final are the Swiss.
Yes.
But I wouldn't be surprised if now they pulled one win.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. Very interesting. Very interesting. So the 3-minute flag came up. We are into the starting procedure.
2 minutes 30 to the start. Another thing that was interesting to watch is that none of this crew in the pre-start got with the G-bar rolled. Like they don't play positioning, pushing the other boat and doing, big boat type of start. It's all very dinghy type. They decide.
Tell us more about that. Tell us more.
In big boats, the boat never stop moving. They keep moving from left to right. They keep pushing the opposition far away and then double tacking and then coming back. And this one, everybody comes with main only. You take a spot on the line, and then you unroll the jib and off you go. There isn't a lot of action. I would expect more action in the pre-start, especially now. Probably the reason why is because it's never been a match race. It's a four boats. It's a fleet race, so people don't want to take too many chances of doing something silly, trying to gain advantage over the opposition and then losing to the other two.
Yeah. So this is the race course, Tommy. Do you see anything that makes you think it's
well,
best,
it is a northerly. I think small prevalence to the left over the long course, but like I said, these are very short courses. Starboard tack advantage is still very powerful. So, I mean, if you were to race big boats, you probably play the left, but there isn't enough leverage to make it work and be able to cross. So I'll call it a very even field.
So the 2-minute flag is about to go down to leave room to the 1-minute flag, and we're getting into the last, not last race, but possibly
the last race.
We have 3 competitors who
you could go to the 5th race.
Who could win? So they're far away from the line.
Yeah, 37 seconds, but still, you know, in the past they've been close to the line very early. And probably this time they're trying to take a bit more acceleration.
You don't want OCS in this race.
No.
In any race.
In any race.
This one
in any race.
So
and,
just to remind you,
the
yellow are the Russian, and they're going again for a pin and start.
For the pin and start. Look at them. They're starting on port this time. Who's green?
Look, but the Swiss are coming.
On
are they going to
port.
have a port start?
Yes, they're trying for the port start.
Oh gosh, but that's a suicide. It was a suicide.
It was a suicide.
Yes. So same start for the Russian. We had a bit of an entertainment start from
same start for the Italian, second from the pin.
Yes.
And same start from the German, third from the pin. Last time they were fourth from the pin.
I wonder what they thought, the Swiss.
Well, they thought that everybody was late. They could have crossed on port.
Ah, okay.
And be crossing on port. So you basically minimize attack. You start from the pin, which is probably more favorable, more closer to the wind, and don't have to do the extra attack.
But if you see the tracking, they didn't do too bad in the end, but we know it's too early. But anyways, the Italians are in a position where if they hold it,
well, basically now the Italians and the German are going very slow to the advantage of the Russian. The Russian is very much in control of this race.
Yeah.
And they're probably going to win this race, to be honest. There will be, if I had to put my money on somebody at this stage, I'll put it on the Russian, yes.
But wow, that's a wild...
Yeah, because, you know, they've gone far enough this way. There isn't a lot of leverage for the Italian. The Italian are probably very close to ley line.
They're too far off.
Not necessarily. Unless the Russian tack too early, I think they're pretty much in control of the race there.
Oh, come on, Tommy. I think it's too early.
No, it's not.
Oh, gosh.
Well,
no, I'd be surprised.
Has been shaping up the way the Russian wanted,
well,
like
also,
starting from the pin, squeezing the two guys to windward. The German tried to hold on to the Italian to take them in control. Couldn't do. By doing that, they sailed slow for a minute, and the Russian extended by a length.
Wow.
And that's all you take. That's all it takes.
If it were that simple, Tommy, then we will all be champion in sailing. But anyways, the Russians are coming from a very good string of good results apart from the OCS, and all of these results have been obtained by doing what they're doing now. So
yes.
Maybe you're
winning
right.
The pin. Winning the pin.
Let's go to Ollie on the water and see if anything was like we said, or maybe slightly different. What's going on there, Ollie?
No, I mean you're totally right. I mean the Russians definitely they won the start. They from the start on they are under control. And the Swiss, I mean the start was strange, but I think they wanted to take the full risk. For them it was a decision of whether we're going to make it. We're going to have luck on the right-hand side of the course. We have to win the race, otherwise it's over for us. But as you can see probably now, it's pretty close, but the Russians are definitely under control. But the right-hand side turned out to be quite good for the guys from Switzerland, because they are now on second position, and the Italians who are heading off to the left, they are on fourth position. But as Tomasco said, I would bet on the Russians as well. They are controlling the three others. They have a quite comfortable lead, if you could say, if it's comfortable, like 2 boat lengths. They are, as far as I can see, not on the ley line, so they have to attack again. I think all of them, the Germans, the Swiss team, but not the Italians. But
yeah.
I think it will definitely go to theirs. Now they are attacking, but the Swiss are back, you know, they're on starboard, now they are screaming.
Yeah.
So the Swiss,
Oh gosh,
their strategy obviously played out.
I think
So,
you guys put the money
for
on
them,
the wrong
it
boat.
was a big risk to go to the right-hand side, but it turned out to be quite good. Now they're on port, and it is definitely a starboard port situation between them.
Oh, no.
And I think the umpires, they will be called
it's a penalty
definitely.
to the Russian.
So the Russians
It's a
are
penalty to the
getting
Russian.
in. And the question for the umpires is, was it too close?
It
Because
was.
all boats are now
It
rounding
was.
the mark at the same time. And there's a red flag.
Yeah.
And I think this red flag goes against the Russians. That means,
Absolutely.
after this situation now, Switzerland has a small lead, followed by the Italians, and on third positions are the Germans. So now it's up to the guys from Switzerland to keep the control and make it happen what nobody expected, that they're going to have another win. That means if they win this race, they will definitely be another one. And all 4 of them have it in their hand to win the Sailing Champions League. But it's very close. You can see there's an overlap from the Italian boat, so the Swiss teams can't jibe. But they're on a quite good course down to the gate, so this will be a very, very interesting match between the top 3 boats now here, Switzerland, Italy, and Germany, which are not more than 1 boat length behind them. And back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, thank you, Ole. That was quite mark rounding.
Yeah, I didn't.
I hope
I
you
didn't
didn't
realize. I thought the Russian were on ley line. When I realized they were not on ley line, I had to do 2 extra attacks.
And I hope you didn't put too much money on them.
No, but now I'm putting my money on the Italian again.
Oh, Tommy.
Because they're not. They were leading. They were not behind the Swiss anymore.
One thing we can say is that they were right there when
it counted.
When it counted, when it mattered.
Yeah, no, it was a fairly tricky. I wasn't expecting the Russian were going shy on ley line to leeward of the other 2 guys. I was surprised to see that, but unfortunately we cannot see from the aerial. We cannot see the full course.
This is the beauty of yacht racing and fleet racing, because the Swiss, we thought they were gone away and they were already off the race, out of the race, but they were not, and they were actually the ones that got the Russian out.
Yeah, the reason why they did it is because, like we said, there isn't much into the course. I mean, the right is as strong as the left, but the Italian and the German had to sail slow because they were pinched off by the Russian, and by sailing slow, they got in trouble, and that's how.
So this is a cross here.
Yeah, they're probably crossing
But the Italians are
by the
able to
Italians.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, the Italians are now comfortably. Well,
Yeah, not so
comfortably,
comfortably.
they're all there, but they're leading the race.
They're definitely going on the left.
Going
Sorry, on the right,
yeah.
but taking the left mark.
Yeah. And for them it's easier because it's the closer mark.
And they're clean.
They're
Nobody's
clean.
there.
They're clean. For the other, it's going to be more difficult to go around the mark.
Because it's 2
They
of
go
them.
pretty much on the same time as the Swiss, but don't forget the Italian now has got starboard tack advantage.
And they're alone there.
Yeah.
And the Germans are like 2 meters behind.
It seemed more like clear lanes was more important than which side you go.
Okay.
Because if you look at the first beat, the Russian came out from the left-hand side, and the second was the Swiss from the right-hand side. So there isn't much in the race course. It's just about having a clear lane and being able to sail full speed.
So well played also to the Swiss.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Russian cooked it. To be honest, they had the lead.
You can't.
They crossed it. They crossed the other guy. They probably went thinking they were on ley line and they were not.
It's a hard mouthful to digest for you that you put your money on the Russia and you called it.
No. It looked like they had it. It looked like it was game over.
Yeah.
It looked
game
like,
on for them, but
it looked like. I mean, they easily crossed the Swiss. If they thought they were not on ley line, they could have gone to ley line.
It looked like it could have been checkmate, but it wasn't, and we're here.
Yeah,
and
that's
Italians
very
leading.
beautiful, because if it was over after leg one, it would have been a disaster for the show.
It's tricky for the Italians because they have to cover 2 boats.
No, they will try to go for the win.
You think?
Yeah, they will try to go for the win. They wouldn't think about covering anyone. They have to go for the win.
And for the right starboard tack advantage.
Yeah, they will have to go. They will have to sail as fast as they can, ignoring everybody else. Try to win the race.
This is what you would do. Let's see if it is what Aeronautica Militare will do. And the Russians are still not totally out of this race.
No, because they're sailing on their own. It's 3 boats fighting each other,
annoying each other.
And they're sailing on their own here.
Yes. Yes. I don't understand what the tracking is saying now, Tommy.
Well, the tracking is giving advantage to
the Swiss.
The Swiss, which are the
big
farther.
Advantage. They're in the middle of the course.
They're in the middle of the course. I wouldn't trust the tracker too much.
What do you see from the race course? From this aerial shot, the mark is right there.
Yeah, the aerial shot I think is a close race between Aeronautica and the Swiss.
But
like bow to bow.
Do you think the Swiss are going to make the mark area before the other? If they put their bow into that circle, the magic circle.
Even the Italian are probably not. They're little shy of lay. All the you see they're.
Are they shy, the Italians?
No, yeah, they're a little shy, but I think the Swiss is crossing.
Yeah.
The Swiss look like it's crossing.
It's going to go in.
The Swiss is crossing.
Barely,
but
absolutely
enough.
Fine, yes. There's not going to be an umpire call. No need for an umpire call.
No. There is not even an overlap.
Clean.
There was not even an overlap.
Yeah. It was a perfect bit for the Swiss.
They probably went left, clear air. The other were tacking.
Yeah, they left them to their duel and went on their own.
Yeah, they probably saved. We're
gonna have 4 teams with 1 win.
See the Swiss doing the same move as the Russian did, jibing early so that they can present themselves with starboard tack advantage. They don't want to go all the way to the corner with the guy behind them.
So it's all about if there is a shift to the left-hand side of the course.
If there is a shift left, the Swiss will gain. If there is a shift right...
I mean Swiss left-hand side, so where the Italians are and the Germans. But looks like the Swiss are going faster, slightly faster, like half a knot faster.
I wouldn't trust the tracker too much.
Not even about velocity.
Yeah, velocity, but velocity is part of the equation. The other part is angle.
But
what? Yes, the angle.
Oh,
the angle.
I thought you said tango.
No, the angle you're making to the mark.
I thought it was another of Kefi's quote.
No. The angle. The angle. That if the Swiss are sailing farther away from the mark but faster, the guy making. The making jibe is actually making gains.
So the German also jibed, but the Italians are going their way.
All the way, because they have to make sure they have enough leverage.
Okay.
That they can pass the Swiss.
Not a perfect jibe.
Yeah, it was.
But it's in light wind.
Also, they went a little farther so that they can catch the wind from behind the German and the Russian. Like if they went simultaneously, they probably would have their wind taken from the other boat. By extending a little bit, they have their wind from behind.
This is on board the Italian. I mean, not the onboard camera, but we are looking at them, and we can see their faces, but they look concentrated and
10 meters, not much in it.
Not much. Are they both laying?
Possibly, yes. Italian
Oh
around
gosh, 4 meters.
Yeah.
Wow, this is going to be interesting.
But don't forget the Swiss still got starboard tack advantage.
Absolutely, but I don't know. What boat would you be like to be on board? On which
Swiss.
one? The Swiss.
The Swiss has got starboard tack advantage.
And then they're also
And
they're closer to the finish line anyway, right? They're
but
closer.
now the German has jibed on top of them, which will make
They're air
so
dirty,
still-
but no, I think.
still got the Swiss well ahead.
I mean, it is close, Tommy.
Yeah, it's
It
gonna
is
be close for sure.
But no. Okay, well played.
And we go
Nicely
to the
done.
fifth race.
Very good. Yes, we're doing all the possible races, Tommy.
Okay, I'll put my hands up. I bet too early on the Russian winning this one.
Yes.
It was almost game over because they did well. They started from the pin. They pinched the German and the Italian out. And so they slowed them down enough that they could actually put the Swiss in between them. But once they got to the convergence, they probably the Swiss stuck shy of ley line. They were forced to cover. And now they didn't have enough advantage to be able to cross and do the mark.
Yeah,
And that cost them the race and the penalty.
I know what you did there. I mean, the Russian were doing the same thing that took them to win the previous 3 races. So
Yeah, they always got the same blueprint.
yes,
You keep doing the same stuff every day.
but this time didn't work
This time didn't
because
work.
it doesn't always work.
No. It takes a little shift, a bit more pressure, you know.
So how do you say? Like in Italian, we say the ball is back in the middle field. Everybody
and
is.
the winner takes it all. And the winner takes
I think
it all.
those were the ABBA singing from Sweden. But anyways,
No,
nice,
it's good.
nice.
It's good. That means that the 4 team are
Even.
really very even on performance, even on, you know, ability to judge the start, ability to judge the tactics, ability to judge the maneuver, and very good finale. There hasn't been a dominating force.
No, absolutely not.
And
So, and everybody else.
and that goes back to, you know, the scoreboard after 56 races, the top 4 teams separated by only a few points.
Yeah, so probably they were the ones who deserved to be there. So we're probably going to see starting procedure soon. 4 minutes until the start. So they're already working on the committee boat. So now really, Tommy, there's no reason to be conservative.
Now you have to play everything you have.
Now
And,
it's like that.
Yeah. If I was any other team,
Yeah?
I try to start one of the 2 extreme, because you know that the Swiss who started to the right came to the convergence same as the Russian did. So either
So
start
bang
from
the corner.
either from the left or from the right.
So go
Clear
all- yeah.
lane, don't be in the middle. I think the German and the Italian have been very conservative in playing the center field.
You gotta be strong-minded
and that didn't play their way out.
Okay.
In a way, the Russians were more brave. The Russians for sure were the bravest of all.
I think the Swiss were the bravest with that start.
The Swiss really tried the hardest.
Yes, and it paid for once. Like I wouldn't suggest it as.
Well,
as
they came out trailing everybody at the start because they couldn't fit in their hole at the very start of the pin end because, of course, the Russians were closing the door by starting on
what
time.
I'm saying is that I wouldn't suggest this to Opti sailors. That is the move you want to take at the start.
Well, on a short fleet like this, you can always try, because if it doesn't work, you're still, you know, minimizing one tack and going in a clear lane. You look the way they converged at the top. They were only 1 length behind by the
Yeah, maybe
Russian.
our mind is corrupted by bigger fleet.
Bigger fleet. If you have to take many stern, yes, it doesn't. It's not so good.
So 3 minutes to start. I think I would like to go to Olli on the water. If Olli is there, I would like to know from him his opinion on this amazing race. Olli, you there?
Yes, I'm here. This was really amazing. I mean, it never happened, by the way, in this final series that all 4 teams has one win. That means everything is open. And as Tommaso just said, I would play everything I have. So full risk. Look at the start from the Swiss team before, that they headed off to the right-hand side. It turned out that it was a right decision. So full risk, and it's all about to win. And the conditions are more or less the same. So there's not really a better side, I would assume. It's all about the start. It's all about boat speed. It's all about boat handling and keeping control from the start on. And we're looking forward, if they all have the same starting strategy as before. They were lined up more or less for each race in the same way. The Russians were trying to start on the pin end side. The conservative strategy of the Germans and the Italians worked quite well. But now it's all about taking full risk. And we can see here the Russians again are trying to be at the pin end. So I wouldn't bet on anybody now, because everything can happen. I think it's all about, keeping your mind up and playing the full risk.
True, Olli, you are right. It's what we've been saying. There's no reason to be conservative now.
Italians are going for a pin start.
You think? So
yeah.
30 seconds to the start. And like Olli said...
If they're not too early, they're playing to be the first on the pin this time.
Because they are...
Too early. See, they had to bail out. It was way too early.
But maybe now they're going on the right.
And now they will go all the way to the right, for sure.
Still 10 seconds. 8, 7. But the Russian were early too, huh?
Russian were early too.
Gosh. So the race is off now. Race is on, and they're off on the race course. And I mean, the Swiss had a perfect start. So after 2 very bad races, we could see the Swiss coming back
everybody was starting was thinking to win the pin too hard. So the Italian went, but they were way too early. And then the
Swiss
and then the German went, and they were too early too. And the Swiss, which was the third boat, was right on time, spot on, and could make it work. Another crossing the Russian, just
behind. And so the start, we can say the Swiss won the start.
The Swiss won the pin, for sure. If that's what they wanted to win, they nailed it perfectly. The other were way too early. Italians was 30 seconds too early. German was 15 seconds too early.
So a lot.
And but that's what you have to do. You have to go there early, sit down, put your elbows out. But sometimes you misjudge it. That you have to push hard, like we said before, taking risk. They were taking the risk for sure. They weren't letting off the hook, but if
egoistically, this will give us a nice race, I think.
I believe so. I believe it's gonna be.
So another very close cross.
It can be anybody's race,
Yeah. So
we've seen in the past that the right-hand side of the course in this wind direction is not bad, because not only gives you starboard tack advantage, but also there isn't less wind on the right-hand corner. So
wow, I'm like speechless. Let's see what happens.
Apparently, the Aeronautica Militare, if we believe the tracker, is leading the race now. By 6 meters. Of course, they have to tack, which will cost them 6 to 10 meters, because the tack are costly.
But they can tack whenever they want, because they have the starboard advantage.
Yeah. But still, they need a bit of a lead from the right-hand side.
Yeah, more than the
to
4
be able
meters.
to be able to complete the tack and force the other to tack without having too strong of a lee bow.
Yeah, but they're tacking now.
They're tacking now. We'll see how he ends up.
I
think the Swiss
are ahead.
I think the Swiss still have a very strong lee bow from that position. Also looking at the aerial.
Yeah, from what we're seeing from the drone
perspective. because 6 meters.
It's nothing.
Once you finish the tack, you're probably 6 meters back, because the tack costs you more than a length.
And the
so,
German here on the left is not doing bad either.
No, the German actually gaining according to the tracker. So they
So
took
the mark is up there.
Yeah.
We have now 3 boats on the right, and the German
on the left.
On the left, but they're all, I believe, pretty much close.
They're very close. They're very close.
So it will be very important how to approach the mark as well. And not make the mistake the Russian made before.
Again, the guy on the right is
like the Russian might be shy on the ley line now.
The guy on the right are strong. So for the German, is either cross or die, you know? As simple as that.
Yeah.
As simple as that. Cross or die.
What do you think they're going to do? They're hiking whatever they can.
Yeah.
I mean...
It seems like they might cross, but they're going to attack inside 3 lanes.
Oh, gosh.
And if they attack inside 3 lanes and the other boat have to laugh to avoid the contact, it could be a penalty.
Yeah, because they're forcing them to change their route.
Their course. We'll see if there is a penalty flag flown.
I don't think.
No penalty flags.
The Swiss could have asked for a penalty.
I believe so, because they had to laugh. They had to laugh past that to win, or past close hold anyway.
You always have to try, right, Tommy?
I believe so. I would have tried.
You can. The worst you can get is a green flag.
Yeah. You could argue that the Swiss would have had to laugh around the top mark anyway, but there is a fact that the German tacked inside 3 lanes.
I think there was room for a request for a flag. But anyways, they decided it was not worth it. They didn't go for. Yeah, but how do you see it now?
Right now, the German are very strong. The German are very strong, also because the Italians are in control of the Swiss, but not close enough to the German to really affect them if they simo jibe.
No.
So I would say the German have the upper end so far.
Nice on them. But I wouldn't like to be in that position.
Which position?
The German.
No, they're leading. A lead is a lead. I'll take it every day. See, the Italians are matching.
And the Swiss are
jibe. I think the German has got the rear just in front. I think they're just clear of them in front.
The Italians are going a bit deeper of the Germans, or is that just
because
an illusion?
Because they probably think they're not affecting, so they want to maximize BMG.
Okay.
And the German, they will be slightly laughing to make sure the rear is forward. So they want to say slightly high and fast. But right now they're back to BMG mode. So that means that the German are comfortable in front.
Are they both on a good track? Are they laying the gate?
We haven't seen the tracker, to be honest.
But the gate is there. What do you think? And what side would you go to? Would you go for the easiest mark?
Let's see who goes around the top mark first, because
top,
probably the Italian almost rolled the German, and now they're both soaking down. The German wants to keep the air clear from behind. See?
So the Germans will go for the right mark at the gate.
Possibly, but they have the Russian in their way.
Not yet. They have the Swiss.
Yeah, the Swiss. Sorry. The Swiss went behind.
That was close.
I was confused by the color. I did
Don't
see
worry.
Yellow.
Oh, the Swiss are actually coming in strong.
Yeah, I think the Germans still leading. They're very slow around this mark.
But
you know,
they
really had to soak down to go around the mark. They go around opposite gate almost simultaneously with the Italians. Harder turn on the Italian.
Because they have the Swiss there.
Because it's not only that, because it's a U-turn.
Okay, yeah,
you have to go
what you call the U-turn.
from one direction to the other direction. So I still have the German a small advantage here. It was an easier round. They came in very slow because they had to go shy on lay to make sure that the Swiss wouldn't go in. So they were a bit slow, but it was an easier turn, only 90-degree turn, opposed to the other guy who had to do 180 turn.
They're all so close, Tommy. And we have a big
but if you believe the tracker, they're split opposite side of the race course and there isn't much in it. See?
What do you mean by that?
I mean that they're still tied on the same ladder line. Aeronautica Militare and the German are on the same ladder.
Yeah, they are, according to the tracking. So it means that the wind is really, the course is even.
It's very even. It's probably course is very even.
So in this case, you would rather be on the right-hand side.
Unless the German has a strong lee bow. And what they do, they wait until they go to the ley line, do a lee bow, because this.
And then they're done.
And then they're done.
Well, hiking out. We want to go on the water and see what Ollie says. Ollie, you there? Where are you? This is nerve-wracking.
I think the German's still in front.
My God, it's so close, you can't imagine. So it's definitely, I couldn't even bet on one of them. So no side is a favorite side. They rounded the mark and the gate at the same time. To me, it looks a little bit that the Germans have a small advantage. If the Swiss are already on the ley line and they are controlling the Italians, they can tack underneath as they did at the first upwind. They got a really good puff coming in now. I think they can cross. So finally, the strategy of the Germans, what they did in the first upwind as well, going through the middle or more to the left-hand side of the course, was better. And I think I can see it clearly now. They are crossing. They can cross in front of the Swiss, or they tack directly underneath them. But definitely, they have it in their hand. I think they're going to tack. Now they're trying to cross, and now there's a penalty situation. I think there will be definitely a call coming from the umpire, whether red or green. I'm not 100%. It's green, so it's good for the Germans.
No, I don't agree.
They were crossing, but the Swiss, they are screaming like hell because they said they had the rights. And now they are both heading towards the first mark. But it seems to me that the Swiss team, they can make it to the first mark. So now the Swiss are leading again, immediately followed by the team from Germany. And the Italians, they lost somehow the connection because the Russians, they had some gains on the right-hand side. It's all about a battle between the Swiss and the German. Now they are rounding the mark. But I assume a decision will be made at the downwind. So definitely, and the umpires have to be very, very careful. Now Germany is taking over, so they have a small advantage now. But all boats, including the Russians, are very, very close together. So let's look at the downwind, what's going to happen, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Ollie. I think if the umpire had our vision, like the one from the drone.
To me, it was a clear foul.
It was a foul. It was a foul by the German. But it didn't affect too much the Swiss. But yes, you have to talk, Tommy. I see you nodding.
If it was a foul, which I think it was, the Swiss wouldn't have to worry about the German. Instead, they went overlapped at the top mark. And of course, the German coming on a better angle, so they have better speed. They could roll over the top, and they're actually now leading the race.
So it might be one of those unfortunate cases where the umpire call will affect the result.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, from our aerial perspective, it was a fairly big bet away from the Swiss boat
to avoid the collision,
and they miss it by less than a meter, less than half a meter. I mean, it's an aerial, it could be wrong.
But whatever, I mean, it's umpire on the water because we want to avoid protest ashore. Yes. And whoever wins this final downwind is going to be the winner of the 2020 Sailing Champions League final powered by Audi. And it looks like the German
might have the upper end now.
It looks like the Germans
They're working really hard to get in front of the
little pack here.
Yeah. Of the Russian jibed.
They're trying whatever they can.
It's still close racing, you know. It's not over yet. I mean,
not for the Italians, I think.
The Russian did jibe almost on ley line, and they're now working down to squash on the German to keep their air. And the German cannot laugh too much because they're probably laying too. I still give a small advantage to the German though.
Yeah, I think so too, Tommy.
Still small advantage to the
I'm
German.
sorry for what happened to the Italians. We just lost them.
It is racing. They probably tried very hard to win that pin. They were on the back foot when they didn't succeed. They were over early, and after that they had to go back, go to the right. Probably there is still a small favor to the left-hand side.
But look,
yeah, it's
Tommy,
very close. The Russians are very close.
Yes,
Russians
whoever
are still very close.
crosses the finish line first is the winner of the Sailing Champions League final. Who is it going to be? I think the Germans are making it. I think the Germans are making it, but we don't know. Yes, and then it was the Russian, and yes, look at them. They're celebrating. They won this.
Anyway, very good racing.
Very good racing.
Good racing.
Very amazing.
Very good racing.
Great. Well done, guys. So let's go and see if Ollie can get close to the winners. Ollie, are you there? Can you get close to the winner? It's the German team. Ollie, are you there? Okay, so maybe we can get an interview with the winner later on. But, well, that was a nice race. And, you know, it was good. Everybody got a win.
Absolutely.
Not everybody. The Italians didn't get a win in the last race.
The Italian didn't get a win. We went to the 5th race, and the Italian didn't get the win.
Italians didn't get a win. Look at them. Look at them. They're so happy. Wow, he's very young, this guy on the boat. So it was a great way to finish it. I'm very happy for the Germans.
Yeah, of course. They sailed very well. They keep it cool. They kept on sailing hard as they can. They were very consistent.
They didn't have the best scoreboard compared to the other ones.
They went around the top mark in a relatively. It was a strong and weak position. Then they did the perfect set, roll over the top of the Swiss.
Yeah.
Managed to roll them, match the jibe with the Russian team. Managed to stay in front. I mean, it was a good execution, no doubt about it.
This is what happens with this kind of grand finale, is when you forget your scoreboard and you just play it like that. You have to be ready. Like the Italians had, of course, a better scoreboard approaching the final. They had the advantage of that one win, but sometimes it plays bad on
the other
you.
way around.
Yeah.
The pressure was on them.
Yeah, let's go on the water because Ollie's there with the winner.
Wahnsinn.
Yeah, Ollie.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys, what a race! Incredible. This was so close. How do you feel?
It's unbelievable. I can't get it right now. We just won the Champions League. We even didn't. We were not sure we can come here to Sardinia because we had a lot of challenges in front of the regatta. So we came here and we just won. It's just unbelievable. I'm so proud of my guys. I'm so proud.
I think you did a lot of things right. I mean, good speed, conservative, but now even the final race, you put everything on the car to the left-hand side, and this turned out to be good. Was it clear right from the beginning? Was it your plan, or did it happen after the start?
No, we're just checking the winds, or which was the high course, and the high course was after the gate on the left side, and we just waited until the left jibe, the left shifts were coming, and it came, and then we tacked. It looked better in the beginning, but it was quite close on the upwind mark. But yeah, it was our plan. We just made the right decision to go on the right side, I hope.
And then there was a situation with the Swiss team at the last upwind mark. They were screaming and shouting. Was it close? And you were lucky that you got a green call from the umpires, or what was your feeling?
It was pretty close. I think the wind shifted on the upwind mark in the last seconds. So, and the other boat were not allowed to steer higher than its normal course because. I couldn't have any chance to tack then in this second where the wind was shifting. I think that was the decision from the jury. I hope so. That gave us a green flag. But it was pretty close, and I would say we had some luck. So it was a 50-50. It was luck for us. It was a bit of luck also with the wind shift. So yeah, appreciate that, and appreciate also the other guys. They would also deserve to win.
Great. Congratulations to you and your team. Fantastic job. And now we celebrate everything on shore and get back to you into the studio. Thank you.
Congratulations again to the German team. We said it, Tommy. We said it's a race where you have to risk everything, and they did. They risked it up there, and it went on their side. So in the end,
they
were
were
right.
conservative, and now that we learned from their voice what happened at that final crucial encounter, basically what he's claiming is that the wind was coming from the right, more from the right, and basically there is a point of no return when you're so close and there is a shift in there. The other guy, the guy who's got right away, cannot alter his course to prevent the other guy from crossing. If he does so, the guy which is give away boat is protected. I'm sure the judges, the umpire are top notch. They know what they're doing, and this is exactly what we learn now from the crew of the winning team, that what happened was exactly that. There was a bit of a shift, and it was last second change, and they couldn't give way, and this is why it was a green flag.
And it's why you and I are commentating, and the judges are there judging.
Well, we're a lot far away than they are. They're watching it straight from behind, and they have all their angle to spot exactly what's going on.
Yes.
And
so thank you to the umpires as well, we have to say.
Absolutely.
The race committee.
They've done an outstanding job of calling it right. And of course, when the racing is so close, a lot of burden is put on the umpire too. But they keep it cool, and they're all very professional. I chat with them on Facebook every once in a while on rules and stuff, and they're all very competent and good job. I think they have a very good school, and they're doing an excellent job calling.
A regatta is not made just by the competitors. We have to remember that. So thanks to the race committee, thanks to the yacht club people who have been working hard this week to make it fun for the sailors to race and for the spectators to watch and for us to comment.
I enjoyed it very much. It's one of the best racing I've seen recently.
It's true. It's true. It's not just that we say it. It was really close racing, and we're here. I mean, and we had it was 56 plus 4. So
5.
No, 4.
They did 5 races.
They did 4, Tommy.
You're right.
Anyways, it's 60 races total. Yes.
Go
with me. It's 60 races total in 4 days.
Yeah.
It's a huge number of races. So
correct.
Amazing. Everybody did an amazing job. And also we have to thank our guys here in the back helping us pull this through, and the cameraman and the drone flyer, everybody else. We would like to go over and say all their names, but we would stay here forever. So thank you all for watching.
Yeah, sailing has become a spectator sport.
Yeah.
Thanks God. I think,
thanks to internet.
Thanks to the internet. Thanks to all the commentators. Thanks to all the cameramen and judges and race committee. Everybody who makes this happen.
And thank to you, Tommy.
Oh, thank you to me too. Yes, I congratulate myself. Anyway, good job. It was such a great day out on the water, and
it was fun.
Really enjoyed it.
Thank you, everybody. Bye. Until next year.